Okay, thank you.
How big's the desk in the Senate chamber?
They're
That's
big.
what I want to
They
know.
are big.
God knows I'm going to need it.
Good evening. It's Thursday, March 21st, 2024, and this is the school board meeting of the Council Rock School District. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Tyler, would you please lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Tyler, thank you. You've come a long way since Holland Elementary, right? We're going to talk about you a little bit tonight in the superintendent's report. Is that okay? Thank you for being here. Nicely done.
Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Sure. Edward Tate,
Present.
Joseph Hidalgo,
Present.
Mike Roosevelt,
Here.
Bob Hickey,
Here.
Yoda Pally,
Present.
Tracy Osecki,
Here.
Nicole Kahn,
Here.
Linda Stone,
Here.
and Ann Horner.
Here.
Tonight, we have Miss Beth Lynch with us. She is our district curriculum coordinator for our art program. Mrs. Lynch, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening and happy Youth Art Month. On behalf of our entire art department, we are honored to be here to celebrate our student artists tonight. Every March since the year 1961, schools around our country have been celebrating Youth Art Month. In Council Rock, we have a lot to celebrate. Every single day in Council Rock, approximately 2,980 students participate in art classes. Classes range from our youngest learners in first grade all the way through our AP seniors in high school. While we often celebrate the final works that our students create, it is also important to pause and recognize that the process of creating each artwork is truly what we want to celebrate. According to a report from the World Economic Forum, creativity at work is going to be one of the most important and in-demand skills in the next 3 years. Alongside of that is complex problem solving, critical thinking, and emotional intelligence. As students create their artworks, they question, analyze, think, rethink, revise, express, create, imagine, and explore. As we consistently set the bar higher for what can be expected of young artists, we continue to prepare our Council Rock students for a very bright future. This school year alone, we have many accomplishments to celebrate. Council Rock was named a 4-time recipient of the PAEA Outstanding Visual Arts Community Award, an award less than 30 districts in the entire state receive. Of our students taking the AP 2D, AP Drawing, and AP 3D tests, 100% of them scored a 3 or higher. As a district, we surpassed both the state and global averages. The state averaged 3.21, the globe averaged 3.06, CR 3.95. We currently have 5 elementary and 5 high school student artists displaying work at the state capitol. We had 50 students display their work in the Emerging Artists of Bucks County Art Show, among 7 other high schools. Our student artists have won awards, including Best of Show, the Selma Burke Sculpture Award, and the Purchase Prize Award in the PSEA Touch the Future Show. We recently won 2nd place in the Wharton Esherick Museum's imprint competition, and 1st and 2nd place painting, and 1st place and honorable mention works on paper in the Phillips Mill High School show. Our students continue to create a reputation of excellence for themselves and for the arts, and we could not be more proud. This evening, we're here to highlight and celebrate the work of a few very special artists. I'm going to start with Miss Bethany Conover, who was recently named Artist of the Month by PAEA for the entire state of Pennsylvania. Bethany went to Churchville Elementary, Holland Middle, and CR South, and has been a dedicated, thoughtful, creative, and reflective artist throughout her entire art journey. Bethany, we're proud of your accomplishments, and we look forward to seeing the very bright future you have ahead of you. Next, I would like to recognize CR North 11th grader Dylan McCaffrey, who currently has his artwork shared at the Franklin Institute in the Art of the Brick exhibit, and I would like to invite a special presenter, Mrs. Amy Lafferty, to present his award.
Thank you. Congratulations, Dylan. Come on up.
At this time, we're going to honor those students whose work adorns the wall of our Chancellor Center and our mobile gallery at the Rock, which is currently in the lobby. Each year, one student artist is chosen for each of these top honors from among their peers. Out of the thousands of works created in each of our rooms, something about their work stood out. It may have been their choice of colors, the way they chose to express themselves in line and shape, the effort and thought they put into the meaning of their work, or even their dedication to trying a new skill. Something makes each and every one of their work special. I'm going to ask that their art teachers help me award them and recognize them with these honors. Before doing so, though, I would just like to remind you that our district art show this year is coming up May 9th and 10th at Council Rock North. For our board members, we left you some information about the show and encourage you to follow the link and support the arts in Council Rock. So without further ado, we're going to start with Churchville for the Gallery at the Rock, Juliet Geiger. And for the Chancellor Center Collection, Gwen Swayjet.
And from Goodnoe Elementary for the Gallery at the Rock, Parker Newman. And I will be accepting the award for Matthew Ghana, who could not be here tonight, for the Chancellor Center.
And from Highland Elementary, we have at the Chancellor Center, Sienna Foley. And for the Gallery at the Rock, we have Malia Yancey.
And I will be accepting on behalf of 2 Hillcrest students who could not be here tonight. For the Chancellor Center is Adeline Dene, and for the Gallery at the Rock is Ailey McClay.
From Marine and Welsh Elementary, we have Hannah Connolly. The Gallery at the Rock. And for the Chancellor Center, Arv Verghese. Congratulations.
For Newtown Elementary, I will be accepting for 2 students who could not be here tonight. For the Gallery at the Rock, I have Elodie Jasnowski. And for the Chancellor Center, I have Allison Bender. Also for Richboro Elementary, for a student who could not be with us, for Gallery at the Rock, I have Avery May.
And also from Richboro Elementary for the Chancellor Center is Sophia Wazalewski.
From Rolling Hills Elementary School, I'd like to congratulate Emma Montalbano for her work in the Gallery at the Rock. And accepting on behalf of Cecilia Galasso for her work in Chancellor Center.
Madeline Moyer for Sulphine-Stone Elementary School. Come on up, Madeline. You can stand over there. I'll be right there. And I'd also like to present for Nirja Patel, who's a middle school student now, but she is also recognized for her contribution from Sulphine-Stone Elementary School.
From Wrightstown Elementary School, I'd like to congratulate Ava Porter for her work in the Chancellor Center. And Tyler Scheiken for his work in the Gallery at the Rock.
I will be accepting the award for 2 Holland Middle School students. First up, we have Kylie Go for her work at the Gallery at the Rock. And Annabelle Kazanowski for her work at the Chancellor Center.
For Newtown Middle School, for the work at the Gallery of the Rock, we have Avery Gosling. And then we have a group project for the Chancellor Center collection, and that is Aiden Chalice and John Passanante.
For Council Rock North at Gallery of the Rock, we have Sam Levy.
And also for Council Rock North at the Chancellor Center, we have Ethan Lowe.
Hi, for Council Rock South, for Gallery at the Rock, we have Maya Romanova. And for the Chancellor Center Collection, we have Connor Helveka.
All right, guys, if you are a little less tall than your friends, move towards the front. If you're a little taller than your friends, move to the back. This is gonna be your 30 seconds of fame. So smile really big. Parents, take all the pictures you want. Everybody just keep smiling and look straight ahead. Would you like to get in the picture?
Get some of that.
Okay. Ready? Big cheese faces. Just don't stop smiling. Smile till it hurts. If you have all right.
Ms. Polly?
Everybody, give your face a quick break. All right, 3, 2, 1, turn it back on. Excellent. Congratulations, everybody.
So next we have the Council Rock South Student Advisory Board and a special report from our South Achieve and Sloan students. Mr. Raddick?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for inviting us to join you tonight. Members of the Council Rock South Student Advisory Board and Star Center are here to update you and the community on various events and happenings at both facilities. Presenting this evening are Achieve Rep Ashlyn D'Arcy, Sloan Rep Mary Kate Riley, MBIT Rep Ava Warziniak, 9th grade Rep Daniel Thomas, 10th grade Rep Artur Kiss, 11th grade Rep Stephen Belder, and 12th grade Rep Isabella Thomas.
My name is Ashlyn D'Arcy. I am a student in the Achieve program. Achieve is a transition program for students 18 to 21 years old. We get soft skills for work from volunteer opportunities in our community. I volunteer at St. Mary's Hospital and Good Stuff Thrift Store. My classmates are volunteering at the NAC, Chartwells, and Classic Rock Auto. We also run a cafe at the Star Center Tuesday to Friday. Stop by for a great cup of coffee. This semester, we have been involved in service projects. We have students that volunteer at Salute for Service in Newtown, as well as participating in food drives for our local food banks. We are also selling items in the cafe for April's Autism Awareness Month. We will be donating proceeds to the Autism Cares Foundation. We are also fundraising for Polar Pop Challenge to support Special Olympics. This spring, some of our students will be participating on Kansas South Unified Track Team, and some will be participating in the Special Olympics track and field event held at CO North on April 20th. Come out to support both teams. Our community-based instruction is going to include bowling and a train ride into Philadelphia. We also have one student participating in the ultimate community-based instruction, and he is heading to the senior trip to Florida. This year is going fast, and we look forward to all we have planned. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mary Kate Riley, and I'm here to present some of the exciting and interesting events and activities that we are currently involved and or will be participating in before the end of the school year. We continue to have an ongoing relationship and work with students and staff at Achieve. Recently, we have helped assemble thousands of eggs for local community and township Easter egg hunts. Also, on March 7th, Miss Beth Lynch came to the Star Center and did a joint art activity with Sloan and Achieve. Miss Lynch was demonstrating how art should be utilized as a coping and therapeutic mechanism for students. Some recent activities and programs that we have been engaged in: reading to Richboro Elementary School second grade class. Mr. Rose, Miss Burkhead, and Donna Kennedy, the reading specialist at Richboro Elementary, have collaborated and provided us the opportunity to read some of our favorite books with the class. Miss Kennedy reached out to Sloan and led the idea of this wonderful joint activity that we will continue for the remainder of the school year. Caring for Friends. We continue each month to meet Mrs. Julian's class at St. Andrews. We pack meals with her students, and they deliver the meals to Caring for Friends in Northeast Philadelphia. A new relationship with Mrs. Russell's MDS class from Newtown Elementary School has sprung, and we will be meeting with and doing fun activities with her class when they come and visit the Starborough Cafe on March 26th. We just finished a 2-session presentation from A Woman's Place that provided information regarding healthy teen relationships. To show our appreciation for this seminar, we have created a food and clothing drive that runs through March 27th. This drive is to help with this nonprofit organization. We are still accepting donations at the Star Center until March 27th. A look ahead. We have 2 school-wide trips planned. The first is a team-building activity to Helrick's Farm, which includes a rope course as well as goat yoga. The second is a trip to the Vietnam and Korean Memorial down in the Penn's Landing area. We also have a tour and informational sessions with Bucks County Community College scheduled for our seniors and selected juniors on April 30th to provide information and the admissions process for Bucks County Community College. Lastly, we will celebrate our senior class during our senior recognition breakfast and ceremony in June, prior to the seniors participating in their home high school graduation ceremonies. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Ava Wierzeniak, and I'm a senior at Council Rock South High School, and I'm a level 200 cosmetology student at Middle Bucks Institute of Technology. In observance of Heart Month and Career and Technical Education Month in February, MBIT took significant steps to enhance cardiovascular health. MBIT introduced comprehensive cardiopulmonary CPR training across all its programs. In addition to MBIT programs that already include CPR and AED certifications, over 120 students have acquired these life-saving skills. Aspirations at our student-operated restaurants are now open for business. The restaurant will be open on specified Wednesdays and Thursdays. The community now can make reservations through an online system found under headlines on our website at www.mbit.org. MBIT is hosting a summer career exploration program for students entering 7th, 8th, and 9th or 10th grade during the week of July 8th. Spots are filling in fast. Students are invited to register for 9 courses offered during the week-long program. Middle Bucks hosted a career fair in partnership with the Home Builders Association at the Pennsylvania Builders Association on Friday, March 8th. 35 vendors from the construction industry were available for our students to speak about career opportunities. The career fair partnership between Middle Bucks, HBA, and PBA has the potential to benefit both the students seeking employment and the businesses looking to recruit our skilled MBIT students. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to keep you informed about what is happening at Middle Bucks Institute of Technology.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Daniel Thomas, a 9th grade representative, and I'll be telling you about our events in our 2023 to 2024 school year. Firstly, our Golden Wings Theater Club will be performing a great musical tonight called Once Upon a Mattress for us, which should be an amazing performance. It is a commitment for all the students to pull this off so that we can all enjoy it. It is at Newtown Middle School on the 21st, 22nd, and the 23rd. Also, the 9th grade Student Council is holding a spring clothing drive. It will be held on April 27th from 10 to 12:30. Hopefully this will be a great fundraiser so we can help donate clothes to those of the less fortunate and will allow for us to make more opportunities like this. Lastly, the Spring Fling Dance was held on March 8th at 6. This was a huge success with multiple freshmen and sophomores attending. Since this was an underclassmen dance, there's an abundance of new people attending these dances. Thank you, and everyone have a good rest of your day.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Arthur Kiss, and I am the 10th grade representative for the Student Advisory Board. Starting off, our NASA Hunch teams recently had their critical design review competition at the Passaic County Technical Institute in New Jersey on February 27th. All our NASA Hunch teams this year presented their projects to a panel of NASA Hunch mentors and judges. Unfortunately, no winners were selected from our school this year, but their hard work and dedication shall not go unrecognized. The effort put into the projects this year went beyond expectations, and a huge shout out to Dr. Marsden for dedicating her time to running the club and creating the strongest structure that it ever had. Foreshadowing for next year, our annual Winter Ball will be replaced with our new Homecoming Dance. Same event, just different date. Our homecoming dance will be kickstarted with a football game Friday night at Council Rock North. Then, on Saturday, we will have our homecoming dance at South. As always, the 11th grade student government body will be handling the event, and we hope it will be as successful as the Winter Ball. More information will be coming out as we get closer to the event. That is it for me from today. I wish everyone here a great evening, and we'll be back in May for our final report of this school year.
Good evening, Dr. Sanko, the school board of directors, administrators, and the community at home. My name is Stephen Belder, and I am the Student Advisory Board's representative for the junior class. To start us off tonight with athletics, Council Rock South had a winter sports season filled with notable achievements across various disciplines. In basketball, both the girls and boys teams exhibited strong performances, allowing both teams to make a run at the postseason. The girls finished with a commendable 15-10 record, and the boys secured a solid 14-8 record. The freshman basketball team particularly excelled, concluding their season with an impressive 16-2 record. In bowling, the boys team finished 7th, while the girls team ended in 4th place in the national division of the Suburban 1 League. The winter track and field team showcased their talent, with numerous athletes earning medals and personal bests, notably the girls who qualified for the Meet of Champions at Lehigh University. Additionally, the winter cheerleading squad, comprised of 31 members, provided enthusiastic support for the school's winter sports teams. In swimming, both the boys and girls teams demonstrated significant improvement, with the boys achieving a 6-3 record, and the girls progressing from a 1-8 record in 2023 to a commendable 5-4 record in 2024. Notable achievements included breaking school records and qualifying for the state championship meet. The wrestling team enjoyed one of its strongest seasons, securing top 10 finishes at national tournaments and winning their 7th District 1 dual team title. Notably, the introduction of a girls' wrestling team proved successful, with junior Chloe Windsor finishing 5th at the district tournament, showcasing promising talent and growth within the program. Overall, Council Rock South's winter sports teams demonstrated resilience, skill, and a commitment to excellence throughout the season. Now, regarding the class of 2025, the Student Council recently held their Shamrock Shake sale to get the school into the spring spirit. The class is also preparing for our prom on April 26th, and we have our churro and donut sales coming up soon. We have begun planning for next year's fall festival happening in late October. Finally, we have a project in the works to bring back the wrestling classic event, Rumble at the Rock. It is set for February of next year, and we are excited to be bringing back a throwback event to our South and Council Rock South and Council Rock community. That is all for tonight. Thank you very much for your time.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Isabella Thomas, the 12th grade representative. As a senior representative, I'm inclined to firstly talk about our upcoming senior trip. I'm excited to announce that in 9 school days, the class of 2024 will be enjoying the sunny weather and vibrant atmosphere of the enchanting Orlando, Florida, from April 9th to the 13th. During our time there, we'll be visiting Disney for 2 days and Universal for 3. All students and parents have met with their chaperones and were well informed of the logistics of our trip. I speak on behalf of the entire senior class when I say we are bursting with excitement for this unforgettable experience. Currently, the 12th grade class is hosting numerous fundraisers and helping with the younger grades in their endeavors to raise money for various causes. They are also in the works to plan major senior activities such as the luncheon and the car parade. In addition, the Student Council with our Student Executive Board are working hard to prepare for our Blue, White, and Gold event, which will be held on May 29th in the afternoon. Our last very important senior day is the prom, which will be held on May 17th at the Constitution Center. More details to follow. Our next PLC day is Monday, April 22nd. A friendly reminder that bus transportation runs as normal that day. However, the bell for first period is at 8:18, so students with their own transportation should arrive accordingly. Thank you for listening and have a great night.
Thank you so much for the report. I think amazing things are happening, and I cannot imagine how exciting the seniors are for all the upcoming fun. Mr. Raddick, anything else you would like to add?
We're good. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the superintendent's report. Dr. Sanko.
Thank you, Mrs. Polly, school board, community members, staff here with us tonight, and those tuning in on the Council Rock YouTube channel. Thank you to the Student Advisory Board from Council Rock High School South, as well as the Achieve and Sloan student representatives, and along with Mr. Raddick for providing their report tonight. Thank you to Mrs. Lynch, our Visual Arts District Coordinator, for celebrating the artwork of our students. And finally, thank you, Tyler Ferreira. Thanks for sticking around, Tyler. Thank you to Tyler Ferreira for singing the national anthem to open our meeting. Tyler recently learned that he has been selected for the All-State Choir, meaning that he is one of the best high school singers in the state. Congratulations, and you certainly showed talent. You certainly demonstrated tonight while you were selected, Tyler. This past Tuesday marked the official arrival of spring. While many of us were hoping for warmer weather, typically spring ushers in warmer temperatures, longer daylight hours, and added energy in our schools and classrooms. For parents and families, this is a time of year when calendars fill quickly with activities, performances, and assessments. Graduation and the last day of school are fast approaching, but the next few months are just as important to your child's learning as the past 7. We remind parents and guardians to keep up with the happening at your child's school by checking the weekly principals newsletter and the Council Rock Weekly District Update. Calendars are posted on each school's webpage, and our social media feeds provide reminders of upcoming events. Stay informed by subscribing to the newsletter on the Council Rock website and following us on Instagram and Facebook. For students, this is your time to shine. There are only about 12 weeks of school left, and our goal is to help you meet your potential so that you finish the year on a strong note. Tonight, we are deeply proud to share news about student accomplishments from across the district that demonstrate that student success comes in many forms. The acknowledgement started a few minutes ago with Mrs. Lynch's recognition of the talented students in our visual arts program. Thank you, Mrs. Lynch, for sharing the artwork of these creative students and highlighting each of their artistic expressions. At Newtown Middle School, in Stephanie Lombardo's autistic support classroom, the students are participating in the Unless Project, sponsored by the Philadelphia Zoo. The Unless Project is a year-long challenge to inspire the community to think about more conservation of animal habitats. Mrs. Lombardo's students created a web app that offers suggestions on recycling and waste disposal, and the Council Rock community can support the project by visiting the Environmental Action Club's Recycle website on the district's opening page. We are proud of these students and their efforts on behalf of our environment. At Goodnoe Elementary, students in Megan Pierce's second grade class skyrocketed to success as first in math champions. Recently, these students achieved first in math ranking of a first place at Goodnoe, a first place among Council Rock elementary schools, 14th place in Pennsylvania, and 18th place in the United States. It takes a special amount of practice and dedication to reach the upper levels of first in math, and we congratulate Mrs. Pierce's math scholars on their accomplishment. 3 students from Council Rock High School South and North earned a place in the Pennsylvania Music Educators All-State Chorus Festival to be held in April. PMEA promotes musical development statewide, and Council Rock would like to congratulate the following students for advancing and wish them the best as they enter the All-State Festival Ensemble. Sage Ondick, Council Rock North, Ava DeBlois, Council Rock South, and Tyler Ferreira, Council Rock South. Congratulations. Last week, 3 Council Rock South students earned distinction at the annual Wharton Esherick Museum's 2024 Imprint Printmaking Competition. Andrew Hawkinson won second place, and Caleb Smith and Maya Romanova were selected as finalists, and their artwork will be featured in the all-virtual imprint exhibition on the Wharton Esherick website. Last week, from Holland Middle School and Newtown Middle School, students attended the U.S. Department of Energy's Princeton Plasma Physics Laboratories for Young Women's Conference in Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics. The conference introduces 7th to 10th grade girls to careers in STEM. These young ladies spent the day learning from female scientists from around the world. We are proud to say that this is Council Rock's 14th year of participation in this unique opportunity, and very proud of each of our participants. Earlier this month, 79 Council Rock students presented their STEM research projects at the Pennsylvania Junior Academy of Sciences Regional Competition, sponsored by the American Association for the Advancement of Science. Of those 79 students, 57 students were awarded first place. These winners move on to the state PJAS competition held at Penn State University in May. We would like to give special thanks to the Council Rock Education Foundation for their support of grants, which made many of these student projects possible. Finally, from science, 74 students from Newtown Middle School, Holland Middle School, and Wrightstown Elementary presented at the Bucks County Science Research Competition on March 9th. Place winners from this competition move on to the Delaware Valley Science Fair in April to compete against students from the tri-state area. Special thanks to the Council Rock Education Association for being one of the sponsors of this event. Each of these accomplishments are points of pride for Council Rock and represent only a portion of the many successes and achievements earned by our students every day. And of course, in Council Rock, there is no shortage of generosity, as demonstrated by the success of several fundraisers this month. The Council Rock Education Foundation had a successful Monte Carlo night on March 1st. Much thanks and congratulations goes to the CREF board members who worked tirelessly to put the evening together. CREF's Innovative Learning Grants will be awarded in April, and at the May 16 board meeting, the grant awardees will be publicly recognized. Also earlier this month, Council Rock staff contributed to a Dress Down Day to benefit Athletes Helping Athletes. The Dress Down Day yielded $2,300 that was able to be donated to Athletes Helping Athletes, and it reflects the generosity of our staff, whom we thank for their contributions. Finally, an upcoming event that the entire community can support is Autism Cares Night at the Philadelphia 76ers. Autism Cares is our district-wide charity this year. On Tuesday, April 2nd, you can show your support as the Sixers face the Oklahoma City Thunder. More information and a link to purchasing tickets is under the News tab on the Council Rock website. There are two important community updates, one regarding full-day kindergarten and the other regarding Durham School Services. As you may know, Council Rock administration has been charged by the school board with exploring the possibility of implementing full-day kindergarten in the coming years. We are in the beginning stages of exploring all aspects of full-day kindergarten, including curriculum, staffing needs, and the financial impact on the district. Our focus is on providing a comprehensive overview of full-day kindergarten and what it will mean for Council Rock, and the work is being presented at our monthly committee meetings. You may recall that representatives from Durham School Services attended the February school board meeting to describe steps they are taking to ensure student safety and bus driver competency. We again recently met with Durham representatives to discuss implementation of additional safety measures, as they will be present at the April 18th board meeting to provide an update to our Board of School Directors and the community. Some important dates to note: Thursday, March 28th is spring break. All schools are closed, offices are open, and we will have an education committee that evening at 7 p.m. Friday, March 29th, spring break. All schools are closed and all offices are closed. Monday, April 1st, spring break. All schools are closed, offices are open. Thursday, April 4th, there's a facilities committee meeting at 7 p.m. Monday, April 8th, there is a policy committee meeting scheduled for 7 p.m. Thursday, April 11th, there's a finance committee meeting scheduled for 7 p.m. Thursday, April 18th is the Board of School Directors meeting for April at 7 p.m. Monday, April 29th is a Joint Education Committee Superintendent Parent Group meeting at 7 p.m. And Friday, May 10th and Saturday, May 11th, please join us at the District Art Show. It is going to be hosted by CR North. It will be held in the Council Rock North Gymnasium. The art show will be open from 6 to 8 p.m. on Friday, May 10th, and from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, May 11th. The end of the school year is fast approaching, and the following end-of-school dates will be formalized in April during the April board meeting. For now, barring any further school closings this year, the last school day for students will be Thursday, June 13th. which will be a half-day for students in grades K through 11. We will announce in April whether AM or PM kindergarten attends on June 13th. Graduation for both Council Rock North and Council Rock South high schools is Tuesday, June 11th. The last teacher day is Friday, June 14th. And again, that's pending no further weather closings or interruptions. For those of you who would like to plan ahead, pending approval of tonight's calendar, opening day for the school year 2024-2025, the first day of school will be Tuesday, September 3rd for students in grades K through 6, grade 7, and grade 9. All students, all Council Rock students will report to school on Wednesday, September 4th. I'd like to notify those in attendance that beginning with tonight's meeting, public comment will be heard from the table at the center of the boardroom. If you've signed up to speak tonight, we would invite you to address the board from the table in the center of the room. As a reminder, for the most accurate and reliable information concerning our district, please refer to resources, websites, and social media platforms managed by the Council Rock School District. We advise the community to exercise caution regarding the accuracy of information posted on various social media platforms, as opinion-based sources frequently present misleading or inaccurate information. Sources maintained by the district are the only reliable, correct, and accurate places to find Council Rock information. If you question what you're seeing or reading, please reach out to the district directly. This concludes the superintendent's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sanko. Mr. Clark, Solicitor's report.
Thank you, Ms. Pally. Prior to the meeting this evening, the board held an executive session. During the executive session, the board discussed potential litigation and litigation. It also received information from the district business manager and the solicitor's office regarding a matter that has come before the district. No votes were taken and no deliberations occurred on that matter. And finally, I neglected to hand out my written report during the executive session, and I will provide it to all the board members at the conclusion of tonight's meeting.
Thank you. Next is public comment. Public comment is an opportunity for members of the public to address the board. We would ask that you limit your comments to no longer than 3 minutes. Please consider the fact that there may be young children in the audience or watching this broadcast live on CRTV when speaking. It is our goal to maintain a respectful environment so that members of our community have an equal opportunity to address the board without interruption. While the board welcomes your ideas and will consider them in deliberating an issue, we may not respond to your comments or questions. So I have 2 people signed up. First is Stephen Nomus of Wrightstown. Dr. Nomus?
Okay, it's on now. It's on. Very good. So can you hear me? Very good. So thank you. So I'm going to read my comment so I don't misspeak. So thank you for taking my comments. My comments are here so the public is aware of who is representing them. I would like to, to read this.
Sorry, I don't think your mic is on, or it looks like we can't hear you very well.
Can you hear me? Is that better? Okay. So I would like to give you these comments. I would have liked to give you these comments back in January, but unfortunately I had, to be at work. And then in February, I had a family crisis that I think many are aware of. I'd like to make the public aware of who they elected in November from Region 9. This is the representative for Wrightstown and Newtown's Districts 1 and 2, Nicole Kahn. During her campaign to get elected in October, she circulated thousands of 8.5 by 11 colored flyers mailed to the constituents of the Council Rock School District. The flyer didn't show the public why they should vote for her to represent them. It was full of slander about me. But that's not why I'm here. I guess that's her campaign tactic. It also included 2 pictures of a Council Rock student in their soon-to-be graduating cap and gown. Yes, 2 pictures of a 17-year-old Wrightstown kid getting ready to go into their senior year. This person was my son, Justin Nomas, who was pictured in the flyer in shock and embarrassment at his friend's house when he saw it for the first time. These pictures were copied from a Facebook posting that I publicly swore here in this seat that I did not author during my interview. Nicole, you should be ashamed of yourself and to say you represent the students of Council Rock. A disgraceful representation of your character to use an opponent's kid in your campaign ad. At first, I thought perhaps this was an oversight by the dirty Democratic campaign machine. So a few weeks ago, I sent you an email and copied all the board members, and you confirmed that you got it this evening. I offered you the opportunity to apologize to my son publicly, and I asked for that. Just like how you embarrassed my son, to circulate this apology, but you ignored my request, and I'm not surprised. I'd like to let you know that I'll be returning to the board meetings until you formally apologize to my son, Justin Nomas, for using his picture as a 17-year-old Council Rock student in your campaign slander. And I demand an apology. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments, Dr. Nomus. Next, I have Kevin Campbell from Upper Makefield.
Good evening. It was a very nice evening with the kids' arts and the awards, so congratulations to all of them. But that's not what I'm here to speak about. I too came across a statement dated January 22nd, 2024, issued by President Pally on her Facebook page. Her opening paragraph, and I quote, "I am personally committed to ongoing communication with all members of the Council Rock community." Did this go out to every district? Did this go out to the board members and the administration? I am in your district, and I did not get 1 ounce of notice. I, too, want to know what the communications are going to be going forward. This was after the January meeting. You go on to talk about process, about the solicitor's firm selection. However, there's a few things that were not said. Pennsbury had a firm for 9 years, and it took them months to change that firm, months. We had a relationship with a trusting advisor for over 40 years. We changed that in one night. One night. Similarly, when Rudolph Clark was hired in, I believe it was 2013, the board came across controversy that some board members were not liking other board members because they weren't included in the process. Does this sound familiar? Where are we getting this from, and why are we following this page going forward? As the president, you have lost my trust to lead this board. You talk about holding serious discussions about bullying. However, isn't your approach to change the solicitor, could it not be more construed as peer pressure or peer bullying? If you look up the definition and really read it, you will see it is a form of bullying. As the president of the board, is this the new modus operandi? And what standard are you held to? You have sat in this room since 2021, and in your statement, you talk about a steep learning curve. If you weren't up for the job, you should not have taken the nomination and sit where you are today. You've had 3 years.
30 seconds.
To get to learning this position. On to the real matter. On March 4th, the policy committee held a meeting. It was an hour and 14 minutes. 56 minutes were held captive to policy 13, which will be on the agenda tonight, which was brought by our new solicitor, leaving only about 3.5 minutes for 5 other policies to review. Those policies were about student first.
Your time is concluded.
I'm speaking to the presiding officer. You have not been changed to the officer, which is the change you're going to talk to tonight. Give me 2 more seconds, please. The policy has been a knee-jerk reaction. The address you're asking for Will a P.O. box suffice? I have safeties and concerns putting my address on that piece of paper. If it's not broke, don't fix it. We have always used the presiding officer and the president in this matter. Why are we changing it now? The president should be the presiding officer. I'm happy to see that tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. It's over 3.5 minutes. And
New face.
also, I want to
Council
say
Rock,
that this is
Michael
not an
Clark.
agenda item. Both speakers signed up for agenda items, but this was not an
On the
agenda
agenda
item.
tonight.
But you have also
Check both
signed up for a
boxes.
non-agenda.
I've checked both boxes. Thank you.
Is there anybody else who would like to make a public comment that has not signed up? Okay. Next, we have the approval of minutes of the meeting of the board on February 15, 2024. Can I please have a motion for that?
I move to approve the minutes of the meeting of the school board directors held on February 15, 2024.
Can I have a second?
A second.
Mrs. Khan. Are there any questions or discussions from the board? Go ahead, Mr. Hidalgo.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask the secretary if there was any input from anybody in drafting the motion. I mean, in drafting the minutes, it was just like, because last meeting, there was some correspondence back and forth about the minute meetings from the previous minutes, if you understand what I'm saying.
There was nothing.
I'm saying last meeting there was. I'm talking about this meeting, you're going to say no, but I'm just acknowledging that the meeting before, there was a lot of back and forth with the solicitor about the language in the minutes for the previous board meeting minutes. I'm wondering if that happened this meeting. I mean, for these minutes that we're about to approve.
No, they did not.
Okay, you just did it as normal. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Do you all agree to approve? So you can consider that consented item. Thank you. Education Committee, we have the committee report and approval of consent agenda items. Ms. Khan?
Thank you, Ms. Polly. Good evening. The last Education Committee meeting was held on February 22nd, 2024 at 7 p.m. here in the Chancellor Building. The administration's exploration of full-day kindergarten continues. I think we can all agree that full-day kindergarten would enhance the educational excellence of Council Rock by providing more time for academic instruction and fully utilize our recently acquired literacy programs, enabling earlier and more successful intervention when needed, increasing preparedness for first grade and future education, and strengthening communication, collaboration, and critical thinking skills. However, as a board, we must carefully consider the potential benefits and costs of full-day kindergarten so we make a thoughtful, educated, well-informed, and fiscally responsible decision about implementing full-day kindergarten in Council Rock. The administration is undertaking a very thorough analysis to inform this decision. Here are some highlights of their efforts so far. The administration is visiting and consulting with other nearby school districts. All elementary school principals have begun their conversations with administration regarding their individual building needs. A staff survey was completed. In order to garner robust community input and encourage engagement, the administration is working on a community survey and planning to form a committee of stakeholders who will collaborate with the administration and the board. The administration is also examining the impact of full-day kindergarten on transportation, staffing, classroom materials and resources, facilities, curriculum, assessment, and technology. The administration will continue to update the board and community at each of our next education, facilities, and finance committee meetings that occur each month. A timeline will be presented in the next education committee meeting should we decide to move forward. The finance department, led by Mr. Tony Rapp, continues to examine the potential costs and will provide updates in the upcoming finance committee meetings. The administration is working hard to explore the expansion of the Sloan School, which is located within the district's Star Center in Northampton. The Sloan School currently serves 40 students from our high schools, serving the needs of both regular and special education students. Full-time counseling services are provided, and a referral process is in place. The administration is looking into extending the services to middle school students, as the smaller, more structured environment available in the Sloan School provides an alternative for students who face challenges in the neighborhood middle schools. The board will also be voting this evening to make a revision to the 2024-25 calendar based upon the recommendations of the administration. The following changes will occur, if approved. Exchanging Friday, October 11th, 2024 for Monday, December 23rd, 2024, which will actually allow for a full week and a half for winter break next school year. The Thursday half-day, October 10th, 2024, will be moved to Friday, October 11th, 2024. Dr. Sanko and his communication team will work to ensure these calendar changes, once approved, are shared and communicated with all our families. Thank you. This concludes my report. I look forward to reporting back next month. The next Education Committee meeting is scheduled for Thursday, March 28th at 7 p.m. here at the Chancellor Building. I realize it is the beginning of spring break for families, but due to the number of items we have to cover between now and the end of the school year, we felt it was necessary to hold this meeting. I also wanted to add that unlike previous years, at least to my knowledge, we have not had special education as a separate agenda item in the Education Committee meetings. I am happy to report that moving forward, special education items will appear regularly in our Education Committee meetings. I thank the administration for their willingness and efforts to make this important addition. This evening, I will be pulling items C and D from the consent agenda items, as the board was not presented with these items in our last Education Committee meeting, and I wanted the board to hear from Mr. Anthony Devlin and allow for any discussion or comments or questions to occur. I will be making a motion to approve the consent agenda items first this evening and discuss items C and D separately. So at this time, I move to approve consent agenda item B and items E through H as contained in the attachments to this agenda.
Can I have a second, please?
A second?
Ms. Stone, second. Ms. Stone. Since these are consent agenda items, I assume we can proceed, and this is a consent.
Modify the motion.
Oh, go ahead. What would you like? She made, yeah.
I know she stated it, but did she?
Yeah, I think what Ms. Khan indicated is that they were pulling out two of the items.
So wouldn't you redo the motion?
I thought you said you were pulling out the items before you made the motion. Yeah.
I did pull that, so I was,
Didn't make the motion yet, my bad.
right, so the motion was I pulled those items out. So the motion was for approving the agenda items B and then items E through H.
Okay, well, I want to make sure. Because in the past.
Okay, if I understood correctly, Ms. Khan indicated she was pulling two out and then made the motion on all the other ones.
That is correct.
Perhaps for clarity, maybe you'd like to reread it?
Okay, I will reread it, yes.
Just the motion.
So, yes, I move to approve consent agenda item B and items E through H as contained in the attachments to this agenda.
Ms. Stone, do you second it again? Yes. Okay,
I second.
thank you. So so this is a consent. Unanimous, yeah. So would you like to do the motion for item C?
Yes, I will actually ask Mr. Anthony Devlin to explain in further detail item C in regards to the health and safety plan, which is a requirement by PDE. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good afternoon, Board. Good evening, Board. Item C is the Health and Safety Plan, and this is a 6-month review that needs to happen continuously as we're working on the ESSER grant. I believe this may be the last time that it will need to be approved. There are no changes to the Health and Safety Plan. It just needs to be reviewed.
Would you like to make the motion?
Thank you. I move to, Yes, thank you. I move to approve the attached health and safety plan, subject to audit.
Second, please.
I second.
Ms. Stone seconded. Are there any questions? Mr. Hidalgo?
So on the last day revised on the document, it says May 5th, 2022. So I don't remember. Has it been voted on since then? And it's just not, the document wasn't revised?
It has been voted on. It has not been revised.
So that's fine. Okay. Roll call vote.
Are there any other questions? So we do a roll call, or you all agree?
Jill asked for a roll.
Okay, sure. Roll call, please.
Mr. Roosevelt?
Yes.
Mr. Hickey?
Yes.
Ms. Polly?
Yes.
Mrs. Zeki?
Yes.
Ms. Khan?
Yes.
Ms. Stone?
Yes.
Ms. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Tate?
Yes.
And Mr. Hidalgo?
No.
Okay, so there's
8, right, okay. So item D, General Health Resources, Mrs. Khan?
Yes, thank you. That was the second item. I will ask Mr. Devlin once again to speak briefly to the General Health Resources LLC contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Khan. This GHR, General Health Resources contract, was presented to me after our last Education Committee meeting. We need to seek General Health Resources to provide occupational therapy services. Our last provider was unable, Austills was unable to keep the position staffed, so we need to now contract with GHR, General Health Resources, to ensure that a child is getting OT services.
Thank you. And I would just like to add that, thank you, Mr. Anthony, for answering these questions. They were just pulled out because, again, I just wanted the opportunity for the board to hear you. I will move to approve the attached contract between General Health Resources, LLC, and Council Rock, subject to audit.
Can I have a second, please?
I second.
Ms. Stone seconds it. Any questions from the board? Should we mark this unanimous? Mr. Hidalgo?
Was struck in the contract number 10, waiver of subrogation.
Hmm?
Am I looking at the wrong one?
It's item D.
All right, then. Strike that. I'm fine.
Okay. Can we mark it unanimous?
No, it is, I'm looking at number 10, waiver of subrogation was struck out in the contract on the attachment, unless I'm seeing this wrong. GHR Education. Am I not looking at this correctly? Unless, she keeps bouncing down to H, am I? General Health Resources has an attachment. In that attachment, number 11.
Yeah, there are several pen marks on this contract, which I believe Mr. Hidalgo is referring to. And it's difficult to read at the small type size. I have a question.
Trying to figure out how they made.
Is this only for 1 year, or what's the term of this agreement?
This is just for the duration of this year.
The duration of this year. Thank you.
Are there any other
Why
questions?
they're waiting, why they're looking.
We cannot open the
How
document.
did this
for
get,
some
how
reason.
did this get on the consent agenda? You added it later? Okay.
This was reviewed with by Ms. Newell. She reviewed the contract. She struck out certain things, and it was reviewed.
So originally went through Ms. Newell and then was reviewed by Pat Seymour from my office, who reviews all contracts and agreements. The agreement that was presented to us from this company had a waiver of subrogation, which we said needed to be removed. And when we sent it back to Mr. Devlin, sometimes it's easier to just cross out and handwrite things on the agreement. So we crossed out the waiver of subrogation language because we're not going to agree to that.
It's on our benefit, right?
And the other language that we changed is a little bit further up, and I apologize, I'm not being picked up on the mic. They had a 7-day for non-payment, and we changed that to 21 days because for the district, 7 days is not enough time. So we have to get 21 days.
Thank you. That was my question. Thanks.
Mr. Roosevelt?
Yeah, thank you. I think Mrs. Khan was correct to pull this out. Am I clear in the understanding that this was not discussed in the recent committee meeting? It was added between the end of the last committee meeting and this board meeting tonight, correct? Okay. Yeah, right. So normally this would be something that would appear in a committee meeting and this board would occupy a discussion and provide the community an opportunity to change. But since the term appears to be short, there is a need for this, and I guess it occurred after that meeting. So this seems to be a break, but it looks like it's been picked up. Thank you.
Any other questions? Should we do a roll call? Sure. I think we can call it unanimous.
I believe Mr. Hidalgo's
I
indicated.
say, if you just say no objections, and then nobody says anything, then you don't have to do a roll call.
So I asked, and I thought you said no, but can we do a roll call, please, just in case?
Sure. Mr. Hickey?
Yes.
Ms. Pally?
Yes.
Mrs. Secchi?
Yes.
Ms. Khan?
Yes.
Ms. Stone?
Yes.
Ms. Horner?
Yes.
Mr. Tate?
Yes.
Mr. Hidalgo?
Yes.
And Mr. Roosevelt?
Yes.
Okay, that's unanimous.
Thank you, that's unanimous. Bucks County IU Representative, Ms. Suseki.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Since our last meeting, the Bucks County Intermediate Board of Directors met on Tuesday, February 20th, and on March 19th. We commend Paul and Arati Martino for their generous donation of $100,000 to the Bucks County IU Fab Lab. For those of you who are not familiar with the Fab Lab, we are so lucky to have this amazing asset in our community. They support STEAM education through an amazing facility in Warminster and their mobile Fab Lab, which visits our schools and other schools across the county to expand their STEAM offerings. This donation will allow them to, among other things, expand their presence in the middle and high schools throughout the county, including in Council Rock. I just also want to give a quick plug for those of you who have children interested in STEAM programs. They have some amazing summer camps and programs on Saturdays, and I would highly recommend everybody check it out. Thank you.
Thank you. MBIT update.
Ann's going to do it.
Ms. Horner?
Good evening, everyone. As I proudly wear my MBI t-shirt that I got. On February 22nd, Bob Hickey and I had the opportunity to attend a tour of MBIT to see the students in the 21 career and technical learning programs, as we saw many in theory classes, as well as many others in hands-on learning. The welding renovation is in full swing. You could not even tell that the room was previously a computer technical web class. As Ava, the student before, had said, aspirations, which I'm excited for, the student-operated restaurant is now open for business. The restaurant will be open on specific Wednesdays and Thursdays. Everyone can go ahead to make reservations online under headlines on the mbit.com website. I definitely will keep you posted on my experience as I visit the end of next month. March is a significant month for celebrating women's achievements and contributions throughout history. March is Women's History Month. The first week of March, MBIT welcomed women from Worth & Company, which is a construction company. The tour showcased the diverse capabilities within the industry and empowering the next generation of female leaders. I myself have over 25 years in the building construction manufacturing industry. MBIT also held a second annual career fair in partnership with the Home Builders Association and the Pennsylvania Builders Association. This is a huge benefit to businesses looking to recruit the skilled MBIT students. We look forward to continue to see all the growth the career and technical education take the students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Horner. Kreff? Mr. Tate?
Thank you, Ms. Pelley. First of all, as Dr. Sanko mentioned, the innovation grants process is well underway. And CREF would like to thank all of the educators who submitted proposals for the Innovation Grants Program. And we look forward to announcing those at a future board meeting and finding out a little bit about what those entail this coming year. Thank you to everybody who participated in the Monte Carlo night. It was a very successful event. And thank you to our administrators, our teachers, and others. Good representation from the Council Rock Education Association and board members who participated in the event. And thank you again to our top sponsors, St. Mary Medical Center, Jefferson Health, and the Fuge. The EITC program that we often talk about that CREF uses and districts across the state use to support educational programs. If there are any local business people who are interested in EITC, how it works, I mean, there's a lot of information on the web, of course, but our executive director of the Council Rock Education Foundation would be happy to talk to anybody with a local business who's interested in possibly taking advantage of EITC. And lastly, of course, the golf outing, that's scheduled for June 24th at Jericho National Golf Course.
Thank you, Mr. Tate. Next is the Policy Committee. First a report and then discussion. Mr. Tate?
Thank you, Ms. Polly. Policy Committee met on March the 4th. We looked at 6 policies that need revision. As always, the revisions are driven by recommendations from the Pennsylvania School Boards Association. And we heard discussion from the administrators of each of the 6 policies. A lot of the discussion was around the policy number 903, which is public comment in board meetings. And if you're interested in those discussions, they're available online. Tonight, we have the first read of each of those 6 policies. That means simply that they are on the agenda, and the agenda has attachments that show the current policy and the revised policy.
Ms. Ozek, you would like to add anything?
Yeah, I was just going to comment about policy 903 before we move on, if that's okay. So public comment is essential to our meetings, and I am really appreciative of the wonderful parents, community members, and residents who take time out of their busy schedules to come to our meetings and speak at our meetings. And I think I can speak for everyone in saying that we want to have the opportunity to hear from as many residents and taxpayers as we can at every meeting that we hold. PBSA recently released their recommendations for public comment policy 903 revisions. For the last several years, we've had a 30-minute public comment guideline, which appeared on the agenda but was not actually part of the policy. We discussed this time limit at our policy meeting in March. We all want to ensure that any community member that wants to speak has the opportunity to do so. And therefore, I would like to move to extend both the public comment session to 60 minutes each, with the option to extend the time when there is a topic of great interest with more people signed up to speak than can be covered in the 60 minutes. I know that many of us wish we could have unlimited time for public comment, but we want to be respectful of the time our community members and our administrators spend watching and participating in our meetings. These meetings often run very late into the night, and by its very nature, the school board serves families and teachers who have children waking early the next morning. So we want to make sure we can conclude the business of our meetings within a reasonable time frame. So with that, I would ask to please amend the public comment times for both to be 60 minutes.
Do we need a second for that?
My understanding from just talking with Mr. Tate is, and I'm going to defer to Dr. Sanko, is that we normally, with advancing policies, we don't need to vote on them to advance them. The amendment that Ms. Oseki has indicated, if that is fine with the majority of the board, then it would move forward for the second consideration and adoption at the April meeting.
Correct, that's our practice. We would move it forward. As you said, if the majority of the board is in support of that time.
Mr. Hickey?
I respectfully disagree with Ms. Oseki said about the time frame. I don't see why there's any reason why we should limit the free speech of anybody. It's very rare that the subject comes up where, public comment takes a long time, but there are certain times when public comment does come up where there is a line of people that would like to speak, and I don't think anybody's voice at any time should be not counted. So by putting it in place, then we have to make arbitrary rules. If there happens to be one meeting, oh, well, we're going to extend it this time, extend it another time. I think we shouldn't change the rule at all as far as it goes to the time. Like I said, I don't think everybody's voice is just as important as everyone else's voice. And I just think we should leave the policy where it is. And if public comment takes until 11 or 12 o'clock at night, that happens to be the case on that particular evening. The second issue that I had a question about, or, some reservations, I actually have two more that I mentioned it at committee, was I don't see why one person cannot cede their time to a second person. Maybe we can put a time on that where instead of 3 minutes, they get 6. But I know when I used to stand at that podium, I was very uncomfortable speaking in public, and I'm sure there's many others who do not want to speak in public and would like to cede their time to someone else. In my time on the board and all the time that I've been to committee meetings meetings before, I think I've seen, the most I've ever seen was somebody who took up two times. They took 6 minutes instead of 3. The third item, I believe Mr. Campbell actually alluded to this evening in his comment about putting the addresses of public speakers on the agenda. I think having the township that you represent should be fine enough. If you're worried about the safety of our community members, say someone comes in and they put their address about something that you are in disagreement about. Now my address is written there for somebody who comes up after me and says, oh, here's where Mr. Hickey lives, I can just go to his address and, hassle him. I mean, I know you can find out anyway, but if you can find out anyway, why do we need to put someone's address on there? I think the township should be fine. And without those amendments, I know we're going to advance this, but I would like to see them put into the policy.
Thank you. Who's first? Ms. Stone.
Yes, I can certainly see your point about having an unlimited time frame, and we don't often go beyond 30 minutes even, so I can understand that it's almost irrelevant, and if it is a really important issue, yes. But I absolutely believe that if somebody is, if we have 10 people here and they speak and then give up their time to someone else, then you are limiting who else can speak. Everyone could, I don't understand the point. If someone comes in and has an issue, they should be able to speak in front of the board. And if they can't come in, there's so many other avenues to reach out to us. They can be emailing us, they can come to a committee meeting. And so I think restricting it to those who sign on would be the fair way to take public comment.
If I can rebut real fast. That's not a stickler on it, but the person who cedes their time does sign up. I'm not saying they have to sign up. They have to sign up and put their name on public comment. They just may not be the ones speaking at public comment, so they're not.
Well, then the person who is speaking could sign their name. Right?
I speak.
Anyway, that's
Right, I'm
that's
just saying,
how I feel.
I have my name on public comment, you have your name right below mine. You're uncomfortable speaking in public, so you say, Bob, can you speak for me? Or can, you know, or what you're saying I know is going to take 6 minutes. I'm very uncomfortable speaking on it. Can you speak for me? So when your name is announced, you say, I cede my time to Mr. Hickey. But both of our names are on the list, it still takes the same amount of time. I mean, I'm not going to hold that up for that. If
Right,
that
right.
doesn't go through, I am more concerned with the address and more importantly, that everybody get the opportunity to at least speak for their 3 minutes, no matter how long that takes on any given night.
Mr. Zeki?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine. Like Linda said, it rarely goes, you know, past 30 minutes anyway. I'm fine. If you want to say unlimited, you know, I think it's important for us to come to some kind of consensus here, and I'm fine with that.
Mr. Roosevelt?
Thank you. Yeah, as long as we're having a discussion of this and it's not up, there are several things that I'd like to call question to. The first is the topic of discussion at the moment. If Congress is prohibited from passing a law limiting the speech of a citizen, I don't see how this board has any further ability to do so. We all 8 of us swore, or 9 of us swore an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States and Pennsylvania. So I have a problem limiting speech at all. I understand how this body might block a time out for public comment, and depending upon how many people are in line, you know, there it is. Maybe it fits it, maybe it doesn't. There's other districts that don't put any time limit on this. So I agree with Mr. Hickey that there are times, and I've experienced it as he has. We've both been sitting on this board going on 3 years or about 3 years. This is our 3rd year. And there's been numerous times when the gallery's been packed. And I'm not in favor of not allowing the citizens, the taxpayers, to redress grievances of their governance, even if it's at school board. Further with that, there's about, I'm just going to throw out a number, for all of the area that Council Rock covers, there's probably about 70,000 people that are in there. So if we have a time limit of 30 minutes and a request that each person only use 3 of those, that means that this body at some point has to pick and choose which 10 people want to speak. And I'm not in favor of how would leadership, how would this body select which 10 people speak? Is it first come, first serve? I disagree with that. The people have a right to come out and to speak, and I support their First Amendment right. And sometimes we do run late, and sometimes we don't. Sometimes there's a lot of public comment, sometimes there isn't. And when there isn't, then you can move on. If there is, I think the person should be heard. We've had previous emotional pleas, and I think to some degree, if somebody's coming to public comment, there's an emotional plea involved. And there has been previous times when this body has allowed that individual to speak longer than the 3 minutes. This is a request. Our previous or our current policy 903 says it's a request that we ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes. But that doesn't mean that it's a mandate that you have to limit your comments to 3 minutes. I think somebody should be able to talk. I agree that they shouldn't be able to go on a long speech, and that's where Mr. Hickey's comment comes as far as if there's a bunch of people that all have the same comment. I don't have a problem with them ceding time to an individual. So that's the thought regarding time. I believe, Mr. Clark, that your firm has, I remember seeing the PSBA notice on this, on guidance changing, that your firm has specific connection to this policy.
I believe in the guidance that PSBA put out, it referenced a Pennsbury case that we were involved in. But we didn't have anything to do with the drafting of this policy from PSBA.
Because I happened to pull Pennsbury's policy 903, and there are some differences. And my understanding of PSBA is that this organization is providing guidance to each school district to come up with policy. And while each district has the ability to adjust this, the general understanding is that they remain relatively consistent. I found several differences between the Pennsbury's current policy that was amended in 2019 from ours. Specifically, PA law, to my understanding and reading, only says taxpayer. So to Mr. Hickey's point, I agree, writing a full address is a little excessive, perhaps. And regarding the order of speaking, Pennsbury's comment says that they, what was the wording here? Session will be open to all. Priority will be given to, and then it lists stakeholders. So Pennsbury's perfectly happy with somebody from a neighboring district to come in and speak at their public policy if it permits it. We're all taxpayers. So unless somebody isn't a taxpayer, once again, I don't see how a school body can add language that is more restrictive than what the state permits. So by including residents, taxpayers, we're all taxpayers. So I recognize that this is a first read. I'm not asking for any amendments, but I believe that this body has some more work to do on this policy, and I'm not in favor of the way it currently reads. I'd be happy to work with individuals. I'd be happy to extend this conversation longer. I know we've got other policies to conduct a first read to. Thank you.
Ms. Horner?
Thank you. All right, so I've done a lot of research trying to understand where we're at across for this whole public comment. I will not take away anyone's First Amendment right to come up and speak, any taxpayer. When I went and looked at the Sunshine Law, it says taxpayer. That's it. So I'm not going to limit anybody. I'm not going to be put in a position of that. Going into that, we should have taxpayers that we have in our district and across PA that I've read. They now, because of this issue, can now speak freely without fear of being censored. I don't want to censor our community. None of us, our administration, anyone. I don't want to be responsible for that. There's a comment in here about limiting sexual harassment, racial, ethnic, religious, nationality, intimidation towards an individual or individuals in the school community. First Amendment right, they can talk. We cannot take that away. Then there's something in here, speech is profane. That's opinion. That's an opinion. And we're going to be put up against that.
And I also agree, the address does not belong on there. That is privacy. Somebody can easily take a picture. We wouldn't even know. They could take a picture of that. And that, I do not, respectfully, we have to protect our community as well. My biggest thing is that I've gone through this is I am suggesting we have another solicitor review the policy for public comment.
Ms. Stone?
I find it ridiculous, frankly, to say that somebody can get up there and sexually harass or intimidate people on the board or other members of the administration that are sitting here. I find that, I don't know why you would accept, you would be accepting someone carrying on and ranting. And what about our safety and the public safety? I think that's an important issue. That's what a lot of this is about, okay? The other thing, no one is trying to limit anyone's free speech. Of course, everyone has the ability to speak. We are only saying, from a practical point of view, to be able to get your point across within a time limit. Now, if we have unlimited individual speech and an unlimited time frame for public comment, we could be sitting here for an hour listening to one person speak and filibuster the whole group. And we're here to accomplish things, okay? We're here for, as you say, 70,000 people, not one person that may want to rant or harass us. So I think a lot of this is protecting us and the public, and we also welcome somebody that has more than 3 minutes of information to provide us. Utilize the other forms of communication with the board, and they can certainly send an email or come to a committee meeting and speak there as well, or send written information to us. So, and as much as I would have liked to see a more limited time frame, which is not limiting public free speech, but limiting a time frame, I can understand leaving it an unlimited time frame, and I would accept that, but to still limit individual comments to 3 minutes. That makes sense to me. And as far as the limits on who comes in to speak, I don't think it's fair to our district residents, people that have a vested interest in our community, to give their time up to people that don't belong in our community. And I only want to hear from our community. I don't want somebody else coming in here with some other agenda and taking up time from our community and our parents. So I think it's important to limit it to who is here that have a vested interest in the community, and their comments, if they don't belong in this community, their comments should not carry any weight anyway. And that's how I feel on those 3 issues.
Mr. Tate?
Thank you, Ms. Polly. Several points, and I'm going to make a couple of suggestions for compromise. As Ms. Oseki suggested, I would propose that the first public comment period be limited to an hour, since that comes before we begin the business of the board. That seems to me to be reasonable. And I would be willing to compromise and say the second comment period could be open-ended. If it's going to be open-ended in one meeting, it has to be open-ended in every meeting. And our legal counsel has made that point, that we have to have clear rules that we follow every meeting. In the past, that has not been the case. In the past, speakers have been allowed to go beyond 3 minutes. If we have 3 minutes as a limit, we have to enforce that limit. And I think 3 minutes is reasonable, and I think ceding an individual's time to another is not reasonable. I think 3 minutes is terrific, usually sufficient is the word I meant to say. No one's talking about censoring here at all. I think the guidelines are common sense guidelines. You know, as far as Congress is concerned, Congress does not permit citizens to come onto the floor of the House of Representatives or the Senate and make public comment. We are, and we're being very inclusive. We're also, there's been discussion about taxpayers. We are, this proposed policy, not limiting comments to taxpayers. We're opening it to employees, to students. Let me see if I can get it up in front of me. And other categories beyond taxpayers. So we're trying to be as inclusive as possible. Here it is, an opportunity for current district residents, not taxpayers, current district residents, current taxpayers, current employees. Many of our employees live outside the district. And current students and non-resident parents of current students. So we're trying to be inclusive and not be unnecessarily restrictive. The address question, I think the privacy concern is legitimate. I think it's important, however, for us to require that one who speaks at public comment provide their municipality, and if they're not a resident of the district, they should explain, you know, I'm the parent of a student. You know, I think we do not need to open public comment to non-residents of the districts who are not parents of students or employees. I think that's quite reasonable. And the restrictions that we're proposing on speech, let me find these real quick, are pretty common sense. Sexual harassment, racial, ethnic, religious, or nationality intimidation toward an individual or individuals in the school community, disclosure of confidential personal information, speech that has traditionally not been protected under the First Amendment, such as obscenity, defamation, and speech integral to criminal conduct, the speech that is profane, as the famous quote from the Supreme Court, I can't define pornography, but I know what's profane. If someone stands up here and starts spouting profanities, I think it's pretty clear what's profane and what's not. And I can tell you that as one who has presided over school board meetings, it's not wise or easy to try to moderate public comment. And it's almost never necessary to do that. But we ought to have these in our policy to protect ourselves so that we can stop a speaker who is being profane or defamatory or sexual harassment. Speech that construes truth threats, such as inciting imminent lawless action or subjecting individuals to fear of violence. It's not fair to anybody to be subjected to threats of violence, and I don't think we should tolerate that. And speech that does not concern matters that may come before the board for deliberation or official action, for example, sales of commercial products or services. That's sort of a catch-all that I think is also reasonable. So again, I'm proposing that we compromise on the address issue, and I'm proposing that the second comment period be open-ended, although I firmly believe we need to restrict the initial comment period to agenda items only, and 1 hour I think is sufficient.
Any other comments, Mr. Hickey?
I would just like to give a rebuttal on the time limit for the first period. For example, we're discussing all-day kindergarten. And when it comes up, if it comes up for a vote, there might be a line of people for or against it. And if we limit that time to an hour, that person who is number 21 and 25 in line, he doesn't get to speak until after we've made a vote. So he's not heard because we voted, and now he gets to talk for as long as he wants at the end of the night when we've already decided. Maybe he has some words of wisdom that's going to convince us one way or the other on what to do with the subject. So I agree, public comment should be about agenda, the first public comment should be agenda items only. But I disagree with the time limit, any time limit at all. But like I said, all the other items, I'm willing to talk and discuss, but like I said, I don't know how we can put a time limit on agenda items at public comment in the beginning of the evening.
Mr. Tate?
Thank you, Mr. Hickey. Let me point out, and I meant to do this, we're now talking about expanding the public comment period from 30 minutes to an hour. It has been 30 minutes. It's been 30 minutes for at least 2 years. And that's been the case even though it's not a matter of policy. So what we're proposing is doubling the length of the initial comment period from 30 minutes to an hour.
Ms. Khan?
Point of order. That's fine.
She goes first, you will go for second.
Thank you, Ms. Polly. Just in terms of, I guess, trying to come to a compromise as we're trying to do here, but having the discussion. Regards to the time limit of public comment, I mean, I'm open to leaving it open-ended at this particular time. I can see, I actually agree with what Mr. Tate is saying, but in trying to come to a compromise with, the majority of the board and having everyone feel like they, gave their input and heard, I would be willing to compromise with an open-ended public comment time period. However, in terms of who can speak, it's pretty clear that when we say stakeholders, it was never just taxpayers. That would include, as Mr. Tate had already stated, parents, students, staff, residents, and, including taxpayers. I think it's important to give the opportunity for our community members that are vested in Council Rock, whether they have students or are students or employees or relatives, to have that opportunity to speak. Like I said, they had the most vested in our community. In terms of conceding the time and how long to speak, I think for someone that has stood behind that podium multiple times over the last several years, I think 3 minutes, although I've had to shorten my speech many times to make it concise and clear, to get my message across, is plenty of time to get that message across. I think we need a process that's fair. The First Amendment, where no one here is discussing or trying to censor or limit First Amendment, but it also doesn't require that we have endless public comment or debate. And we, as a board and as administration, can all agree to treat all the speakers and viewpoints equally, and we will absolutely do that. Thank you.
Mr. Roosevelt first.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a point of order. Our policy as it stands only limits, or it makes a recommendation that the speaker only speak for 3 minutes. The 30 minutes, Mr. Tate, is on our agenda as a block, a scheduling block. Our policy does not say we have 30 minutes. You said that we currently have a policy of where we limit comment to 30 minutes. I'm saying that's not true. Our current policy makes a recommendation that a speaker speak no longer than 3 minutes.
I'm pretty certain I pointed out a moment ago that our current policy does not have a time limit on public comment. The practice has been 30 minutes for the past couple of years at least, and that's not based on policy. So we're not changing policy, we're changing the practice, and we're codifying it in policy. We're proposing to add a time limit, and I still don't think we have a consensus.
Mrs. Zaki?
Sorry. First of all, I want to say that I appreciate that we're having this discussion, and I think that we're moving forward, and compromise is where we need to all get to. So I appreciate that we're being respectful and taking the time to do that. As I already said, I'm fine with an unlimited time period if that's what other people want. I absolutely think we need to include the reasons for termination of public comment as Ed outlined. I mean, it's crazy to think that somebody could stand up there and be spewing racist insults and we would allow that to continue. I wonder the final bullet there where it says speech that does not concern matters that may come before the board for deliberation or official action, for example, sales or of commercial products or services. I mean, I'm fine if people would be more comfortable with that one, if we changed it to say speech that does not concern matters about Council Rock or something like that, that's fine. Like if it's not imminent to a board decision, but it's still about the district, I think, that's fair. And then as far as the address, I think we should probably discuss that. I think we all know, for our own safety concerns, I think we all know why we wanted that, but maybe this isn't the best way to do it. And so I'm open to a different idea for that.
Mr. Hidalgo?
Thank you. I've been listening to the discussion, being quiet, which is unusual. So a few things. I would just have started saying with the policy, it was when we were in the policy committee meeting and we said, well, we didn't have, I think it was mentioned that we didn't have consensus, so we'll put it in for a first read. I'd rather just go back, bring it back to policy, because I do believe there's more work to be done. It just wasn't able to be done in one meeting. But we're doing it now, which is fine, and I appreciate we're making some progress. I appreciate the olive branch of adding to an hour. Currently, we don't have any time restriction. There's, as we said, it's something that we have that basically the discretion of the person creating the agenda can add that in there as a timekeeper, so to speak. And of course, the 3 minutes is already in the policy, and we've let people, it really depends on the presiding officer, and you try to, you do your best, to let people talk, and then, it's really up to them. And I think that was one of the worries from the solicitor that mentioned in the policy meeting, that if you do it for one and not another, it opens up but that's just a discretion. You're gonna, it's a very difficult situation that can't really be put black and white in the policy, in my opinion. So I'm going to try to get around a couple things that comments were made tonight and try to keep this concise. This policy is not here to protect the board or the community, as somebody had mentioned. This policy change was recommended based off of litigation that didn't come to a decision, but basically the guidance says that they provided insight. It was settled, but they're saying that provide insight into how a court may decide future litigation when it comes to restricting people's speech. So the one thing that it really was trying to make our policies more concise. So when the first guideline that they tried to put out there, the PSBA, was the prohibition of speech deemed personally directed, abusive, irrelevant, offensive, otherwise inappropriate, or personal attacks in the court. The courts state that these terms are overly broad and vague and could be considered viewpoint discrimination. So if I go to our current proposed policy, when we have the word intimidation, that also seems to be one of those words you might be able to categorize as broad. And because I do believe there's been a lot of emails going out, public comment, that some people feel intimidated, and we have a police officer at the back of the school, at the back of the meeting now, and we have security is heightened. My wife tried to come into this board meeting tonight, and the front door was locked. She had to call me to tell me that the front door was locked. So people are feeling intimidated. So if we allow this to go with that type of thing, then we're basically, if you don't like the way somebody's talking to you, then we're going to stop their speech. So I believe that that's probably something to consider, that intimidation is, should probably, you know, just be a little more concise. It's, again,
Word's not in the policy.
it's in the proposed policy.
No, it's not.
Are there any other?
No, she's just saying it's not in the policy, but,
Please
okay,
don't
so
speak
I'm-
without being acknowledged.
all right, so it is in the proposed policy. So I just believe we need to go back, and we're getting there. And I was, even before this guidance came out, 903 was on the agenda, or what we had consultation from the previous solicitor. And I really want that to be taken into consideration. That was fresh eyes on that, so I didn't get a chance yet. As I said, at the last policy meeting, the documents, I haven't had a chance to reconcile them, and they didn't come out redlined like they were supposed to for me. But either way, I think we should bring this back up at the policy meeting. We're getting close. I appreciate some things, but again, this policy's not here to protect us from the public. That's the wrong notion. And in sending an email is not the same thing than having your right to get you to speak in front of, in public and on that public record, unless you're going to add the emails to the minutes, you know, but it's, again, I think we have a lot of work to do. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Mr. Roosevelt?
Yeah, I mean, just to sort of recap here and go off of what Mr. Hidalgo said, this school board has the ability already to stop speech if somebody's threatening, which is a criminal act, correct, Mr. Clark? If someone makes a threat of violence or creates an imminent threat or makes a statement that somehow violates a law or is clear that they are about to violate a law, we have the ability to stop them. Hearing uncolorful remarks is racism, harassment, profanity. I disagree with that. I'm abhorrent against that. I don't like it, but that is fortunately the First Amendment right. If you want to have a thought exercise and you really believe in First Amendment, that someone has the right, the freedom of speech, at what point do you limit that? And if you are going to limit that at some of these uncolorful words, which I disagree with, and I think it reflects poorly upon the individual that uses them, then, you know, where you start a slippery slope of interpretation. So I don't agree with, and I would agree that it's very uncomfortable to be spoken against, and I would stand up for someone and defend them if they were sexually harassed or subject to racism or anything like that. But like I said, it reflects poorly upon the speaker. And if the speaker is going to stand up there and issue those remarks, I think that it largely discounts everything that they had to say prior and what they're about to say moving forward. But that's their right to do so. The citizens, as the First Amendment indicate, have a right to redress the government with grievances. And I agree, it would be wonderful if perhaps U.S. Congress would allow public comment. It would be something that would be nice to include. I agree that it doesn't happen already, but I'm talking about the First Amendment. So we already have the ability to cease comment and to ask them to stop. We can make requests on the limit of the duration that they speak. We already make, and I agree that we have the ability to make recommendations to be careful of their words that they say because there could be children at home. If we are going to be concerned about this, what children see and hear, we should probably investigate the entire school district, all the curriculum, and every library book to make sure that there isn't that there. Because how would it be possible to theoretically have something in our school district that is deemed inappropriate to talk about it in this school board amongst adults? That's what I find is ridiculous. That's another topic. I don't want to get into it, but I'm just trying to point out the First Amendment and our requests. We can make requests regarding listening to people and being inclusive. Perhaps we don't define it. When I read that list of who has the right to speak in Council Rock School Board meetings, and it goes through this, maybe are we trying to say you must meet all of these categories, or you must just meet one of the categories, or do you have to have 2 out of 7? It's not clear. Perhaps if we're trying to be more inclusive, we just leave it at that someone has the right to speak if they're a visitor of the district. But Pennsbury says that preference will be given to those that are within the district. I agree, Mrs. Stone. You know, if somebody wants to come and talk about a sales thing that they've got, I agree that that's not appropriate, and we should request that they don't. And I agree that if somebody wants to come from another district or is not within our district and talk about something that isn't on the agenda, they fall to the second part, and I'm not really that interested in hearing that either. However, it's their First Amendment right to do so. If we're trying to be inclusive, then let's stop defining all of the people that are able to come and speak. Why don't we just leave it at that the board is interested in hearing the comments from the citizenry? This is just a first read. We're not going to get consensus tonight. I agree to Mr. Hidalgo. This should probably get kicked back to Policy Committee and we can deliberate further in that public forum and allow this meeting to progress. Thank you.
Mr. Clark?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to clarify a couple of points. First, I hope everyone understands we did not draft this policy. It was drafted by PSBA. We had nothing to do with the drafting of this policy. We gave certain input on certain things that we think should be added. Secondly, state law is very explicit that when it says residents, it limits to residents of the political subdivision, whether it's the township, the borough, or the school district. A resident or a Council Rock School District taxpayer is who you are allowed to limit it to. There is nothing in state law that says you must allow someone from Savannah, Georgia to come here and give public comment. Third, to Mrs. Oseki's point about number 6, the law is also very clear that it's only matters that are before you or that may come before you or that may impact the Council Rock School District. Again, if that person from Savannah, Georgia showed up and wanted to talk about something that was going on in Savannah, Georgia, you don't need to allow to hear that, and there's no interpretation of the First Amendment or the Sunshine Act that allows that. And finally, and I think to one of the more important points is, First Amendment is not totally unrestricted. There are many time, place, and manner restrictions that are constitutional. This is a limited public forum, and for that reason, we are allowed to have legitimate time, place, and manner restrictions if they serve a governmental interest. We cannot prevent, or the government cannot prevent, somebody from standing on a street corner and talking about anything he wants, screaming about anything he wants, yelling all sorts of profanities and racial and slurs. But if that same person walks up to a person of color and begins to yell those profanities, the law says that constitutes fighting words or ethnic intimidation, and that person can be charged or restricted. So the idea that the First Amendment doesn't allow any restrictions just isn't accurate. And Mr. Roosevelt, you mentioned earlier the Pennsbury matter that we were involved in. While I don't agree with everything that the judge said in that injunction ruling, the one thing she did mention was that we are allowed to place restrictions. We are allowed to have appropriate time, place, and manner restrictions. And these 6, when you can cut somebody off, are all things that are pretty well defined in the law. But
Thank you for your opinion.
Okay, Ms. Stone, she was first.
Oh, I wanted to bring up, there was a gentleman that came in to our meeting, the last board meeting, that was holding up garbage cans and was concealing his identity and yelling at everyone. And I think we all thought, okay, it sounded, it was almost humorous, a little funny. But at the end of his conversation, it got more and more heated, and I felt, after I walked out, I said, that guy could have been a danger to any one of us. And it was certainly, although it seemed funny and play acting, in the way what's been happening in this world is, I don't think you can get away with that kind of, or you should not be able to get away with that kind of behavior in a public environment. And I think that we were all, taken aback, this strange performance that was given. But I think we should have been a little more concerned about our own safety. And it didn't hit me until after I left. And that's one of the reasons why I want to know who's coming in here and speaking. And I think the community should be concerned about who's coming in here and speaking. And I would ask, is there a way to find out someone's address without having it publicly made, but to have that address, because that individual, we could not find out who that individual was. We have no idea if he was from the district or not. And I think we should know that. And Mr. Hidalgo, I do not imply that safety is our goal, but certainly it's inherent in meeting in public that we all be safe. All right?
How does that relate to the policy?
Because you brought up that I was implying that the whole goal of the group was to be safe.
Mr. Tate?
Thank you, Ms. Pally. I'd like to move this discussion forward by proposing 2 amendments to the proposed policy that's in front of us. I think it has a lot of good provisions, and I strongly feel that we have every right to limit within reason what is said in a public forum on school property. I mean, this is not a public venue. This is a school district property that is a public property, but I think we have the right to these reasonable limitations and hope we don't ever have to enforce them. So I'm going to propose 2 things. One is that we strike the words address including, so that address comes out, because I understand the concern that a lot of people have. Municipality remains, but address comes out. And the other is, I propose we just strike the 2 lines that talk about limiting by time the public comment session and at the beginning of the meeting and the second public comment session. So if I can put that in the form of a motion, I move to.
We already have a motion. You can amend the motion.
There's no motion.
More discussion.
There's no motion.
Oh.
There's no motion.
Sorry, my apologies.
Okay.
So this, I think, my understanding, this is first draft, so this is a discussion.
Yeah.
And one of the possible outcomes is to take it back to the policy committee meeting if we feel that we need more time and we have more comments.
Well.
And there's a lot more motions to be amended if we're going to do this all night.
Well, I was going to make a motion, and if it passed, that could move forward to second read this policy with the 2 revisions I suggested. If it doesn't pass, then it has to go back to policy committee.
Before we go there, I would like to make a couple of comments because I've been listening and I think I hear a great discussion, a lot of different points of view, but it's very healthy to have this discussion. I just want to make clear that nobody wants to limit anybody else's free speech. So if anybody walks away with any idea from this discussion, is that we all support free speech. So the First Amendment does not require any government body to permit endless public comment. If it did, no business would ever be done because things could go on forever. So the First Amendment requires government bodies to treat all speakers and all viewpoints equally, and I think it is our intent to do so. I didn't hear anybody advocating anything different. So with regard to who speaks at our public meeting, this is Council Rock, and we care about our children's education, their well-being, their safety, and we want to hear from the families of Council Rock. So we've seen what happens in like other districts where they allow people to come in and make public comment who are not part of their district, and sometimes they come from like out of state, and they take over public comment, and they push their own political agendas at the expense of the school district. So we do not want our meetings to descend into political chaos driven by people who have absolutely no interest in our children and our community. So I just wanted to make this, and I'm very open to take it back to the committee meeting if the majority wants that. I'm open to make the amendments, to make the motion. It sounds like people need to discuss more about it, but if we come to, if the majority agrees on the motion that Mr. Tate wants to bring, we can at least have this down. Mr. Tate, what do you think? Because you have, I mean, he's the policy chair, yeah. Sure, yeah.
How about I make the motion and then you comment? Then I'm going to make a motion, and we'll go from there. I move to advance to second read the proposed policy as currently written, 903, with the two revisions. One is removing address, and the second is removing time limits on public comment.
Can I have a second, please?
Can I ask a clarification question? Do you mean, Mr. Tate, by limiting our unlimited time limit, do you mean the duration of public comment period, or the period of time that a public comment can make a comment?
The public comment periods.
Thank you.
Yeah, the 3 minute per individual would remain in here.
Thank you. I second.
All right. Any comments, questions? Yeah. I think Mr. Hidalgo is first.
So thank you. And Mr. Tate, I appreciate your effort to push forward with, getting this resolved. And unlimited time is how we have it now, so that's not a change to the current policy, change to the proposed policy. And I have a lot to unbundle here. So the one thing, when we talk about if you are not a member of the community, and I just wanted to ask, let's say that, I think I read some language about a person representing members of the community or a group in the community. That seems still reasonable. It could be from outside. What about an attorney that wants to speak on behalf of their client? Should be able to make that public comment if they decide to do so. I think it's happened in the past. So, or you could say no, your eyebrows. So but all I know is there should also be something in there that if you're representing somebody, which goes back to, can I yield my minutes to somebody else? Say, hey, I'm Joe Hidalgo talking on behalf of one of your community members. And if you want to say I'm with this organization or that, I'm here to speak. And if you have a community member that wants to yield their time to somebody outside the community member, political or not, whatever it is, again, I'm not looking to take the current policy we have and add any more restrictions to it. That's what's got the guidance in trouble in the first place, even though they're recommending some things that, but I'll be more than happy to go back and take a look at what Eastburn and Gray had cut up, Mr. Cox had cut in and added to it. I think that should be part of our conversation. If we ignore the good work of Mr. Cox, then I think we're missing the boat here, and that's what I was requesting before the guidance came out. And so I don't think that I can vote to pass a motion to go to, to get through this, because there's so many more things that I just have to get through to feel comfortable. I feel like it needs to be pushed back to policy. And then, just one more thing, because this is scaring the junk out of me. This gentleman came in that some of us found quite different, right? He was sick. If you take him by his word, he was very sick. He was obviously distressed. I mean, the guy was definitely upset. He had an altercation with 2 police officers or our own staff, whatever is what I'm saying is, we had safety here. I don't think our safety was in any trouble. We have good law enforcement here at that last meeting. But I want to know, Ms. Stone, what are the consequences when you say that you don't think that this guy should be able to get away with that behavior? What exactly did you have in mind? Or did I misunderstand what you're saying? Because I'm getting very worried about most of your public comments. So I'd like to know, what would you do to that man? What did he do so wrong that you don't think he should have gotten away with the behavior that he did?
I think Mr. Tate was first.
Yeah.
No? Ms.
No,
Stone?
we're having conversations about the motion that was made and was seconded, and now it's open for a discussion.
Okay, so she's not going to answer my question, so I'll just move on. That's fine. No, obviously, maybe Mr. Tate could answer for you. I love you all. Really, this is not personal, but this is business, and the business is the Constitution and this country. So, and right, what are the consequences that you publicly said this man cannot get away with that? I think you should withdraw your motion, and we'll put it back to committee, and then we can move on.
Are there any other comments? Ms. Stone?
Yes. I did not say, you can go look back. I said, when I left here, I realized that shouldn't have been funny. It could have been a dangerous situation. That's what I said. Okay? And that's why I believe we should know someone's address to make sure. How can we know they're a district resident, or they should be here, if we can't verify their address? Now, we may not verify it at that moment, but at least then we might have it to verify. That's why I think the address is important. Maybe we find another way to get that address other than the paper sitting out there the whole time for other people. That's all I'm saying.
And Ms. Stone, as we discussed at the policy committee meeting, there's no real way for us to confirm somebody, whether they're a resident or not resident, at that moment. We're not going to make everyone sit there while we Google their name. The issue was that there was suspicion from several people that that individual was not a resident of the district, not a taxpayer of the district. And if he had, so the suggestion that we made, if he put his address down and comes back again, it's easier to verify whether or not someone is a resident or not.
I think Mr. Roosevelt was first and Mr. Tate second.
Thank you. Mr. Tate, I got a point of clarification also. In your motion, you indicated advance to a second read. Ms. Osecki, I believe, also made a comment that was not put in the form of a motion, and we had a prior discussion regarding that you don't need to motion for this. So I'm detecting, and I just want you to clarify, a vote yes on this. Does that indicate that we're advancing this from a first read to a second read in this meeting, and then potentially even approving it if your motion was passed? Or is a vote yes to put this in and then probably take it back to committee?
It's a moot point, really, because I'm going to suggest withdrawing my motion. I'll withdraw my motion. And it's, the policy committee is scheduled for April 8th.
All right, so I think, I assume we all agree that we can take it back to the policy committee meeting? Okay, so I think it was a very healthy discussion, and it will give us time to think about everybody's comments. And is it April 8th, the next committee? Okay, so April 8th, 7 p.m., we will talk. But are there other policies on the agenda, not only 903? So are there any comments about some of the other policies? Mr. Hidalgo.
I'll just keep this one quick because I think the other ones, they seemed, if I recall correctly, they weren't anything that raised my eyebrows. The bullying policy always seems to raise my ears. So I just wanted to just because we spoke about it in the policy meeting, but since we're having the first read on that, was it 200 something? Can we just, someone explain what we're changing and why, and it's not that big of a deal?
Yeah, I'd ask Mr. Stone to do that. I'm sorry, Mr. Stone. Mr. Spring.
Mr. Spring, Mr. Ronnie Spring.
Thank you, and thank you for asking that. So really, when we look at the policies, 248, 249, and 103, I clumped them together in particular because we're not making any substantive changes as to the nature of bullying, the definition of bullying. Really, we're really just trying to create a consistency with respect to process and procedure. And this way, there's consistency across the board, so everyone knows this is how we move ahead with it, this is how we investigate it. There were some discrepancies, maybe over time, things changed. One policy here, one policy there. So there's no substantive changes as to, with respect to the definitions of bullying, what we do, how we address it from a disciplinary standpoint. None of that's being touched. It's really just the process of the reporting and investigation process, creating a consistency within those three policies.
Thank you, and just a quick follow-up. As far as one of the parts of the policy spoke of, if you witness bullying, they encourage you to, or are staff required to report bullying? Because I'm telling you, mostly, hopefully it's just at the middle school, but those are the years where you get a lot of this, and that's, so what happens if a teacher in their classroom, there's literally intimidation and bullying going on, and who wants to go through that? And the students are saying that, I don't know, can the teacher, how can somebody get in your face, and 3 inches from your face and yell at you in a classroom, and the teacher doesn't know that this is happening? Is that not considered, if they feel offended, and what's the process for that? If a teacher, from the teacher's standpoint, if they see that, what are they supposed to do?
I think a teacher, just like anyone else, it needs to be reported. And whether it's a student or a teacher, it should be reported to the administration immediately so administration can take the necessary steps.
Right, and what I'm saying is student to student, not teacher on student.
I understand that.
Okay.
Regardless of
Witnessing
who
it.
witnesses it, it should be reported.
It has to happen every day. I mean, it's just a matter of life, unfortunately. So do they become numb or desensitized to it? Because some parents, you hear complaints that it's happening all the time. And again, it's human nature. You're going to see it. But what is the reprimand or whatever if someone doesn't report it? That's a tough question. And I'm not, maybe I'll leave that for another day.
I don't believe that's addressed in the policy, and I think it's probably taken on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Based on the nature of what's going on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Roosevelt?
Thank you. Just to sort of continue, I've gone through this, both the new as well as the current, as well as the with strike through, and it appears to this board member, one of 9, that for the most part, there's strike throughs. There doesn't seem to be any additions. It just looks like there's strike throughs, as you indicated. We're removing things for procedural consistency. Is that correct?
The way it appears on the board agenda, the strike-throughs are noted. There are some red lines where, for instance, if there was a strike-through that addressed a particular reporting mechanism, there is an addition that was put in the new agenda, and for some reason, however it got uploaded, it didn't necessarily show or delineate those additions. But the additions would really just be to supplement any of the deletions to make them consistent with the other policies.
Thank you. And I noticed that as well regarding the previous policy. What I was able to print from board docs was different from what some of the items that were an attachment here. I would just ask, I guess, moving forward, that we could have a document that reflects what's being removed and what's being added, and so that it's clear to both this board as well as the community what the changes that we're doing. And perhaps, Mr. Spring, I agree that perhaps maybe it's some process of uploading it, that it's not the way it was intended. And that's the way I'm looking at this. So this is, once again, a first read, and thank you for your clarification.
Any other comments? I agree about the red line document to be more clear, so it's easier for everybody, either us or outside people who are trying to compare the two policies. So, and I understand Dr. Sanko said that it's going to happen in the future, right? Okay. Mr. Hidalgo?
Thank you. Just a request, with the next policy meetings before the next board meeting, just want to leave it open that, you know, as we dive further into this analysis, because again, I didn't get like a red line that looked like a red line to me. It just looked like another document. We'll just leave it open to next policy meeting to bring up these again. Is that possible? Or what was the agenda for the next policy meeting? Would it cover any of these, or are we moving on to other stuff?
I guess the chairs will have to answer that.
Mr. Tate, maybe.
Yeah, we can discuss any of these policies at the next policy meeting. I don't know what might be added to the agenda, but clearly we're going to talk about 903, and we could certainly revisit any of these other policies.
I very much appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, if there are no more comments, oh, Ms. Stone? Yeah.
I just had one quick comment on, and it was just what seemed to be a sentence structure or grammar issue on 103. If you can just have a quick look at it, Ron. It doesn't make a difference. But if you look at page 5 on complaint procedure, under investigation, where the third paragraph where you crossed out, investigation, do you have?
Complaint procedure, investigation, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so then the paragraph that says, if the investigation results in a determination that the conduct being investigated may involve a violation of criminal law. Okay, well, that gets crossed out, and it says the section 504 coordinator, shouldn't it just read shall promptly inform the law? That comma and the who should come out? It's just an English
Are
thing.
you looking at the new policy? I'm sorry. I apologize.
Complaint procedure, step 2 investigation, paragraph 3.
On the new policy.
Yeah,
Investigation, oh, I see it, exactly. Violation of criminal law.
the comma and the who probably don't belong there.
Section 5 shall, yes.
She's right.
That's correct.
Okay,
I will make that correction.
that's all. Thank you. No.
Any other comments, questions? All right, then we will take this on at the next policy committee meeting, and we can proceed with facilities committee report and approval of consent agenda items. Ms. Khan?
Thank you, Ms. Polly. The Facilities Committee meeting was held on Thursday, March 7th, 2024 at 7 p.m. in the Chancellor Building. It is that time of year where we have many bids up for rebidding regarding the maintenance and service contracts between the district and outside agencies or businesses. The board will be approving several items this evening. I will highlight as in summary as many as I can. The Council Rock High School South lighting replacement project, the date of the completion was updated to May 1st of 2024 due to the change in the delivery of the items and also accommodating the high school schedule. There are no additional cost changes. Soul Finestone is in the final phase of construction. We will be approving the purchase of classroom furniture for the additions and renovated spaces this evening. The cost of this is already included in the initial project budget. An update on the reopening of the library is due to open early to mid-April due to a delay in lighting fixtures from a change order. The board will also approve this evening on the approval of a credit change order for Council Rock High School South, the tennis and basketball court, as well as a new bid for wood floor, gym, and other floor maintenance, wheelchair lift and elevator maintenance, fire alarm service, and pest management, to name a few. I received, there was an update that the Chancellor Building elevator is working and has been fixed. So thank you for that. I would also like to take a few more minutes to update the community on the facilities impact for full-day kindergarten. Like I stated earlier this evening in the Education Committee, that at every month at each committee meeting, there will be an update, whether it's Finance, Facilities, and Education Committee. All 10 elementary principals have started to look within their own buildings and start the discussion with administration regarding space requirements as it relates to additional classrooms available, cafeteria use, lunch schedules, and specials. Currently, the kindergarten have only 2 specials, while grades 1 through 6 have 5 specials. It was noted that bathrooms in all kindergarten rooms are not a requirement of PDE. It is definitely a nice to have and also under consideration. Other requirements being considered are furniture, classroom supplies, and playgrounds. The board and administration recognizes the overcrowding issues at Wrightstown Elementary School and are looking at each elementary school individually. It is too early in the process of doing an analysis to predict whether we will need any redistricting to accommodate full day. The reality is that we need to address overcrowded schools regardless of whether we implement full-day kindergarten or not. I can assure you that if analysis shows that redistricting or spot redistricting is necessary to accommodate full-day kindergarten, we move forward with a full-day kindergarten. The administration and the board will work together to make the most minimal adjustments possible with the least possible immediate impact and the best possible long-term outcomes. Again, I want to restate that I had mentioned in the education report, the administration is undertaking a thorough exploration of full-day kindergarten and its impact in all areas of Council Rock so that the best decision can be made for all of our students when it is time to do so. This concludes my Facilities Committee report this evening. The next facilities meeting is scheduled for Thursday, April 4th at 7 p.m. here in the Chancellor Building. Thank you. At this time, I move to approve consent agenda items B through K as contained in the attachments to this agenda.
Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Mr. Tate, second. Any comments, discussions? If there's no objection, we can move that to consider it unanimous. That went fast. So the next one, I think we have finance. And who is going to give the report? Ms. Stone, please go ahead.
Yes, hi. Just quickly, I wanted to say that I went to Newtown Middle School this week to the Holocaust Museum, and I was really impressed. Those students did a terrific job with their writing and their artistic talents in putting together an unbelievable presentation for a pretty horrific period of history. So I really do recommend that everyone go to that presentation. I think you sign up and make an appointment to go. And back to finance. We had our meeting on Thursday, March 14th, and we discussed again the projected costs for full-day kindergarten. That talk continued. And if we have an assumed start date It could be as early as 2025, 2026 school year. And the projection that was presented, that if we assume 17 kindergarten classroom teachers would be needed, and half of these costs could be budgeted for in this budget year, 24-25, and the other half in 25-26, it could result in an average tax increase of about $25 per year per household. So that was one projection on that piece of full-day kindergarten. And we also looked at the transportation costs, which would actually result in an approximate $483,000 of savings because we don't have that additional midday bus route. The other fixed costs that would be involved in full-day kindergarten would involve desks, cubbies, materials, some limited building modifications, and they all could be paid through future educational initiatives of the general fund, because full-day kindergarten would qualify as an educational initiative. And presently, there is a $7.6 million excess in this committed fund balance. So, of course, these are part of the process and the project that Nikki was presenting through facilities, and this is the other piece that we're looking at in the Finance Committee to get a clearer picture of the costs and the challenges of moving forward. The next thing we talked about was a free breakfast, and because of the federal and state funding, breakfast is offered for free to all students in elementary and middle school and high school. So just wanted to bring that out to the attention of the public and parents. Get those kids, just have to come into school and go directly to the cafeteria to pick up their brown bag for breakfast, and there's no impact to the district budget. And those students who qualify for reduced price lunches will continue to get their free lunches, and those families can apply at any time during the school year. Yes. We also talked a little bit about the real estate tax rebate program, and we will be considering continuing that program as we look at the budget. This program is offered to eligible seniors who have applied for and received the Pennsylvania state tax rebate. And just to remind individuals that the Pennsylvania state program has increased its maximum rebate to $1,000 from $600. So they've almost doubled that rebate, which if we do continue with it, then it would come close to doubling the rebate that the homeowner would receive from the district. And that's about it, what I have to say for finance. And we have some consent agreements to go through. We can separate them into what was not discussed at the Finance Committee. We have the Treasurer's Report and the General Fund, and also the item D. So I would move to approve items B, C, and D.
Sorry, the motion says to approve items B through K as contained in the attachments. These are all consent agenda items.
Should put that in. The only consent items would be would actually be E through K. Is that correct, Anthony? Tony?
Items B through D are usually consent agenda items that they are not covered in the Finance Committee meeting. There are reports related to all three of them that are in board docs that this is mostly just the routine business of the district, the status of the different funds, the paying of bills, and the changes of any type of tax duplicate changes.
Okay.
We've never, or I should say, as long as I've been here, we've not brought this to the Finance Committee and as part of that meeting.
Thank you. So I move to approve items B through K on the Finance Committee agenda. And notice that K is actually, we're rejecting a bid, and we're putting it out for, we're doing an RFP, redoing the bid. So.
Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Mr. Day had a second. Are there any discussions?
Mr. Roosevelt.
Mr. Roosevelt?
Yeah, thank you. I attended this meeting via phone, so I don't have the agenda in front of me. As a practice, I typically like to review the committee meeting and compare that to the business meeting to compare what's consent and what would be by vote. I may have missed it, but I was refreshed to hear what you were saying. It sounded like there were some items here that were not brought up during the meeting. It looks like to me they're also pretty quick, and there appear to be renewals of software. If that was discussed during that meeting, that's fine. I do have some questions regarding items B and C, and would prefer to have them roll called specifically. I don't know if at this point, if it makes sense to talk about the questions now, or if you want to approve the ones that were under consent first.
Mr. Clark, what's the best way to proceed?
So typically, when a member asks that something be removed from the consent agenda, it should be removed from the consent agenda. So if Mr. Roosevelt is asking that B and C be removed, then the motion that is in front of you now is D through K for the consent agenda. You'll still have to deal with L and M, and you'll still have to deal with B and C separately.
Shall I make a new motion?
Yes.
I move to approve the consent items D through K of the Finance Committee report.
I asked for C and D to be excluded.
Oh, I apologize. I misspoke.
I'm sorry, C and D? Okay. I move to approve item,
I'm sorry. I wanted to have items B, the treasurer's report, and C, approving the general fund, that pulled from consent. So
B is in boy?
B is in boy and C is in cat.
then I shall repeat that I move to approve items C through K.
No, D through K.
D through K on the Finance Committee report.
Second.
Mr. Dade had a second motion. Are there any questions or discussions for these specific consent items? Mr. Hidalgo?
It's not really with the consent, but with the report that we had, just saying that the senior tax rebate also not only gave, increased the limit to $1,000 if you made the lowest threshold, but they also increased the the income limit from 35,000 to 45,000, which opens it up to a lot more people. And just real quickly, Mr. Rapp, what did you say the participation rate was last year? And you don't have to be exact. I'm not going to hold you to it. And if you want to get back to me, that's fine.
The
It was low.
participation rate for,
For the senior rebate was like 50-some thousand it cost us, or 150,000?
no, it's about 50,000 right now.
Okay, so, and the participation rate was very low from a percentage standpoint.
Well, I don't have I don't,
Right.
there's no statistic
know
available that tells me who
who's
should
eligible.
qualify.
Okay.
But I would say we're maybe so far 75 people.
Well, it's nice that it's helping those people, and hopefully it's not costing us much, and let's, the state recognizes some benefit to it, so I appreciate the limits being increased, and I just wanted to just modify that, thank you, yeah, that 35 went to 45K for this year, and get on it, right, with tax time. Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Roosevelt?
Regarding item K, I just wanted to confirm that the reason for this motion in specific is in accordance with both the administration as well as the graduating class.
So item K, we're asking the board to reject it. When it went out to RFP, we had 3 vendors give us prices, and there were disparate numbers. And so we felt because the numbers were so far from one another, we wanted to put it back out to RFP to make sure that the vendors were bidding on exactly what we need for graduation.
Thank you.
And we will have plenty of time, I'm told.
Any other comments? Any objections? So we can consider this unanimous consent for the specific consent, like, is it like D through K? D through K, right? Yeah. So, Ms. Stone, maybe you'd like to make a motion for item B?
I make a motion, even though
Yeah, you make a motion, yeah.
I move to approve item B.
Can you please read the motion?
I move to approve the treasurer's report.
Second.
Mr. Tate, second. Any questions, comments? Mr. Roosevelt?
Thank you. This shouldn't come as much of a surprise. You all saw an email from Mr. Rapp. I believe it was earlier today. I just think it's important for the community to know this as well. So, Mr. Rapp, according to the email, I asked for a comparative analysis between Eastburn and Gray and Rudolph and Clark, and you responded, correct me if I'm wrong, Eastburn and Gray averaged hours billed per month for 12 months, 233.68 hours. Rudolph and Clark billed in February, to make sure a monthly comparison, was 242.9 hours. Eastburn and Gray months of bills for 12 months, total of $522,869.90. Rudolph and Clark February bill manipulated to extrapolate out for the next 12 months, $724,050. Eastburn and Gray average charge per hour for 12 months, $203.41. Rudolph and Clark average charge per hour February 24, $248.40. Then it proceeded to list from the Eastburn and Gray a variety of charges per hour based upon the individual and/or the task, and then which varies everywhere from $160 up to $250, and then a comparative analysis of individuals from Rudolph and Clark at for the most part, a flat $250, with exception for, I'm assuming this is a legal secretary or something like that, at $125. So I just wanted to confirm that analysis. Is that consistent with your email?
That's consistent with the email I provided.
Thank you. I think that this is important to highlight. I believe that the intent of switching solicitor, as it was represented either in this board meeting or on the phone, was that we were getting potentially a better product of law, someone that had more specific specialties and right-to-knows, settlement agreements, and others, and had a good legal background, and that would be at the same cost or potentially a reduced cost. But here we are 1 month in, or at least 1 month of comparison. I believe the full invoice is for about 6 weeks. And this is already bearing out that it's going to be more expensive. Additionally, I think that it's important to recognize that not all of the specialties or the scope of Rudolph and Clark has a billable hour in the engagement letter that we've received, or effectively the contract with the district. I think that that's important. Eastburn and Gray was charging $160 for settlement hours. And I believe, from looking through statements and financial stuff over the past year, Eastburn and Gray had a high water mark of a monthly bill of about, correct me here, Mr. Rapp, I'm just going off of memory, of about $61,000 in 1 month. That was particularly high. And you can see, based upon what we've discussed, but their average is lower for monthly, as was previously indicated. And this month's bill, according to the treasurer's report, or adjusted for February alone, is already in rival of that. So first month in, we're already sort of rivaling the high month bill from the previous 12 months from Eastburn and Gray.
The highest bill for Eastburn and Gray in the 12 months I looked at was $67,495.
Okay, thank you. That's my comment about this. It looks like maybe some others have some comments.
Because I'm a total math nerd, I just want to make a very quick comment, and then, of course, yeah. So I saw the report that Mr. Rapp sent. Although it was late in the afternoon, I think I barely saw it before we walked here. And the thing I noticed is that you compare 1 month to an average of 12 months. But it's not a fair comparison. It's apples to oranges, because you compare a month which is maybe a peak month to 12 months, it's probably like peaks and valleys. I mean, are the summer months intense? When you do like an average, you take some high months and then you average them out with like really low months. So it's really not a fair comparison. It would make sense to wait maybe for a few months and have a better reading of what, the charges are. And I'm sure Mr. Clark will be more specific about the actual financial part. And this is just the math, part that I like to dissect. So I don't think this is a fair comparison. I think you're really not comparing apples to apples. So what do you have to say about that, Mr. Rapp?
I'm providing the information I was asked to provide. Whether or not it's a fair comparison or not, I believe that's for you to debate.
Thank you. Mr. Hickey?
I guess the question I have as it relates to all this, because, if you do extrapolate the numbers, you're looking at a couple $100,000 of an increase for this vendor. But do we budget for our legal expenses?
Yes, we do budget for our legal expenses. It's usually based on a look at what was spent in the prior year, and we budget in 2 places. We budget specifically for general services, and we also budget for special services, legal expenses. So there are two separate budget line items.
Okay, thanks. So, yeah, I just want to make sure that if, to Ms. Polly's point, that maybe there's lower months, I don't want to find out that we're trending in a poor direction as we move along, and then all of a sudden we get, hit with an unexpected charge that we're going to have to try to finance, especially since we know where we're at. So we do budget for it. You answered my question. Thanks.
I would just add that this was the first bill. We've already met with Rudolph and Clark once to discuss the format of the bill. We did have some questions on the bill when it came out, and we've had already discussed prior to that we are going to meet, and we do have that scheduled for next Wednesday to meet with Mr. Clark and Mr. Amuso to discuss some questions that we have on the bill and to look at the costs that we were paying for certain things with Eastburn and Gray and to discuss those items. So it's not, I don't believe this is a final issue as far as what's going on here.
Mr. Hidalgo?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, this has all just been coming into focus, and we just got the emails today. I don't need a couple months to know that there's something not right with this billing today. I mean, you said, I'm sorry, but hear me out. I'm sorry. Okay, so the thing is that, well, first of all, I respect Mr. Clark. I love our interactions. The guy always answers the questions. I think he's a sharp lawyer, and I have no problem with what he's done in our personal interactions or as our solicitor. When I look at the billing and I go back in the history and understanding how things came about, we never got a chance to look into any of the information that you were provided that I don't think the administration got or board members got, that we only found out through Freedom of Information Acts, which is going to be an issue, I think, for me personally. But I'm going to narrow down just to the information that I know we were all provided. So in the engagement letter given to Mr. Senko, Dr. Senko from Rudolph and Clark, the fee schedule mentions that we will follow Eastburn and Gray's schedule. That was the day after, I think, Ms. Polly requested the fee schedule from the superintendent for Eastburn and Gray, which they provided on the 16th. We got a copy on the 17th. In that, it described the different fees, which are actually pretty much put into the comparison that you had gotten. And what they did is they charged different rates for the partners or paralegal, or whether it was hearings or not. Interesting enough, one of my favorite solicitors for Eastburn and Gray was at a really reasonable going rate across all other school districts. The point being is that, and I'll just jump to it, Rudolph and Clark's every single line item, whether it was a paralegal, a secretary, or unless the partners are just the ones doing it, is charging at $250. It doesn't.
No paralegal or secretary is charging at $250.
Okay, so what I'm saying is every single line item, and there's hundreds, maybe 1,000 of them, are all at $250 on this Rudolph and Clark, all these things. Every single line item, I can't see one that's not at the $250 rate. So unless it's just the $250 rate, basically the attorney's doing everything, then, as compared to, and I won't mention names, but I guess it's gonna get out there at some point or not. We have 185, 225, 125. So I just can't imagine that you billing every single line item at $250. And that's only half the problem. The real problem I have is going back to the approval of the solicitor, and the lack of transparency, and the fact that 2 board members and 3 non-board members were given a rates fee schedule that we only found out through Freedom of Information Act, which was provided to them by Rudolph and Clark, that basically said we'll charge $195 for lawyer fees and $170. And that was never shared with the superintendent, it was never shared with our business manager, and it was never shared with anybody else. The only reason I know about this is because somebody did a Freedom of Information Act that asked, we want all the emails and information about getting a solicitor. So now I see, I have a conflict that I feel that needs to be hammered out with my board colleagues that did not disclose the cheaper rate that was originally offered to them. They did not disclose that to the school district, the community, or us, and then asked for the fee schedule on January 16th, and this, almost the same exact engagement letter went to Mr. Sanko, but it was it was to match what Eastburn and Gray, which wasn't saving us money. What appears to me is $55 more an hour. And until we can clear all that up, I think there's multiple issues that need to be hammered out, and I think we need outside help to get this thing squared away.
Mr. Clark, would you like to
If you
respond?
look at the tax assessment appeal file, you'll see multiple entries for $125 an hour for GF. That's Gina Ferrante, one of our paralegals who handles many of the tax assessment appeal matters. And if you'll recall, when we sat here back in January, we couldn't locate a Eastburn and Gray rate sheet, and that many of them were all over the place. Secondly, at the bottom of Mr. Rapp's email, where he says E&G hearings, we realized that Eastburn and Gray was charging $160 an hour for special education hearings. I think we've already communicated to Mr. Rapp and to Dr. Sanko when we met with them in February that we would match that rate. There have not been any hearings to date. As I said, the paralegal rate that you see there, GF, is to $125 an hour. We don't bill for secretary time, never have.
Okay, and what, so open records, that's all just, everything's at $250? That's the partner rate? I mean, if I'm gonna look at the email that was given to you guys when Ms. Polly, before you did the change the agreement to match Eastburn and Gray, Ms. Polly asked, and I believe she forwarded you the Eastburn and Gray email that showed their rates.
No. We couldn't determine what Eastburn and Gray's rates were. Because we didn't have, as far as we could tell, there hadn't been an engagement letter listing their rates
I think-
submitted to the district
Yeah,
for several
we did
years.
not have a contract and we did not have a document. But if I remember
Well-
Erin Aronson, I kept asking her for the rates and she sent me an email with some rates, right?
Well, the 16th, they emailed you on the 16th. It was shared with the board on the 17th.
But we did
It
not
was
really-
185, 250 for partners, 100, 200 for associates, and law clerk was 125. Mr. Clark agreed to follow Eastburn and Gray, and you had this before he made the engagement letter, and you never shared this with him? Or did you?
I think I did, but
Okay.
I may be wrong. I
There
did
you
not.
go.
I don't know.
So,
Because
it's
he
okay.
they said that they're going to follow
There's
the
a lot
same
to
rates.
unfold here. We're not going to get it done tonight, but all I'm saying is I'm not voting yes to the treasurer's report as long as, I mean, I take it back. There are some other charges here for 150, 175 on OP. Oh, no, I'm sorry, that's the line items. The rate that I see, the rates I see on everything is 250, not the line items. And I'm sure there's some exceptions.
I'm happy to show it to you.
Please, I was asking.
Gina Ferrante is a paralegal. She bills at $125 an hour, and it's in the tax assessment appeal matters. So if you'll look right there.
The shaded parts, that one's.
Yep, well, those are the parts of all the time that I deducted. which I think amounted to over $11,000
now.
for the first 6-7 weeks of time that we had after we had been retained.
So we would have been billed 80,
And to Mr. Roosevelt's point about that we're going to be $200,000 more than East Burn and Gray charged last year, we billed 9 more hours in February than they did, than they average. And if it were not for East Burn and Gray's unprecedented decision not to continue on with the representation of the district, our hours would have been dramatically lower. But I'm sure no one wanted us to trying to get under the East Burn and Gray number when there were special education matters and other matters that needed to be handled. Our responsibility was to the district to make sure that the legal work was being done and the district was being protected. And again, if it were not for East Burn and Gray's unprecedented and somewhat bewildering decision not to continue with their representation of the district, our February hours would have been dramatically lower.
I just want to finish up
like
I want to finish up my last
Can you,
question.
can you please?
Yes,
We have
thank you.
knowledge.
So my
Mr.
real quick
Hidalgo.
question was, basically, for the 5 that voted yes, this is a sheet that says that you got on November 27th, the 5 of you. It basically says fee schedule, $195 per hour for all attorney and general matters which are billed at a minimum increments of 6 minutes, and $135 per all paralegal general matters which are billed at minimum increments 6 minutes. How in the heck could you vote yes to paying more money and not, and it's all lies on all 5 of you because you didn't let the business manager review it, you didn't let the superintendent review, you didn't let other board members where I would have said, I'm going to hold you to the original one you did November 7th, and they never answered the question, and I'll be happy for each one of you to tell us why at every meeting, even after you were sworn in new board members, did you not disclose this information? That's what I thought when I got an email said we're changing solicitors. Where the heck was the paperwork? And I have to find out like this? And you want me to trust anything that's going on this board? No. That's my, please tell me I'm wrong. Show me I'm wrong.
Mr. Roosevelt.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond. Mr. Clark, that wasn't my assertion. I'm reading an email. I made it very clear that we only had 1 month to average and that this is a extrapolation if it continues. The point to make is that in the first monthly period that Council Rock has been billed, you have come close to the highest monthly billing from the previous solicitor. So I'm not forecasting that you're going to be higher. This is just a quick average to the president's point. You're right, summer's probably going to be lower, but for the first billing cycle to rival some of the highest bills that we got before, and yes, I concede that there are some members, and I indicated it in my speech, of your firm that are charging at $125, and that's why your average comes down to $248 instead of the $250. But to Mr. Hidalgo's point, it's very curious that, I mean, this was presented to the board at the time on January 18th as if this was going to save the district money. So I'm interested to know at this point, who do you consider your client? Is your client the administration? Is it the district? Is it leadership of this board? Is it this board as an entirety? Who is your client?
I think I've already been asked that question several times before, and I'll answer it the same way I do every time. We represent the Council Rock School District. We represent the 9 board members. We represent the administration. We represent everyone who works for the Council Rock School District, unless there is a situation where they have different representation or they are adverse to us. Or adverse to the district, I should say.
It's very crafty. I'm asking who your client is, not who you represent.
What does that even mean? That's who my client is.
Well, then why weren't some of these things that Mr. Hidalgo and the rest of us have been exposed to from Freedom of Information Act discussed with the superintendent, discussed with the administration? Why was it just you, your office, sitting with the 5 of these members? If you're representing this entire board, why weren't the 9 of us included? If you represent this administration, why weren't they included?
And Mr. Roosevelt, I believe I've answered this at the last 2 meetings also. At the time we spoke to the 5 board members who voted for us to be the solicitor, 3 of them had not been sworn in as of yet. We had not been retained at that point in time. We had no ability or authority to reach out to the administration and say, we're being considered to be your next solicitor. We want to sit down and have a conversation with you. I'm sure if I had done that, Dr. Sanko would have told me to get out of his office, or he would have hung up the phone on me.
The board members could.
Well,
Mr. Tate?
I think it's good and proper to have a discussion of legal fees. This is the first discussion I've heard about legal fees in the 8 years and 2 months I've been on the board. I think we should keep an eye on legal fees like we should all of our expenses. And I'm glad we're having this conversation. I'll add, I'm also glad that we hired Rudolph Clark. I'm confident that we're getting good legal representation and this district is well served.
Mr. Hickey?
You know what? I'll wait till old business to address this. It kind of, when he brought up a subject, it kind of, but I'll wait. So I'll just move the conversation.
Mr. Hidalgo?
Now, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that the rates for the tax assessment were the only one group of billing that was at the 125. And if I'm adding up just roughly, it's literally 2 hours. It's a little over 2, maybe. It's not a lot compared to, I mean, this is a thick stack, 30 pages of billing at $250. So I'm just saying, if you're going to quote us at 195 and then charge us 250, who let that happen?
But we originally said we would match Eastburn and Gray's rates. Several of their rates are at the 250 amount. We'll look for the email that we had at one point in time where some of their rates were even higher than that amount. As for the question about there only being on tax assessment appeals, by and large, we only tend to bill paralegal time on tax assessment appeals. It's where the paralegals handle the great bulk of the work. From time to time, paralegals may get involved in special ed matters as well, where they are handling of the files. But again, because of what Eastburn and Gray did and how they put the district at risk, we had to have attorneys handling everything with respect to special education matters. Moving forward, I anticipate that once I think we have a pretty good handle on where things are right now. I think that some more of those matters, the day-to-day handling of the files, will be handled by paralegals. But since we were so under the gun because of what Eastburn and Gray did, it had to be handled by attorneys.
That's fine. I just thank you for letting me respond. So I believe there was some mention or writing that it wouldn't cost us any more for the change, regardless if they cooperated or not. There was a case where there was a lot of review that you would be doing for free. And so I don't want to, because there's a gap, which we knew there was going to be a gap because you didn't even let them know. None of us knew until a week before that this was happening. And you had 2 months. I had a week. You had 2 months to let anybody know. All 5 of you had 2 months to let everybody know. And now what I'm finding is the billing rate that was originally proposed to you guys is 30% more. I'm just talking about the 250. And so if we're going to compare and it's not going to cost us any more, Mr. Rapp, I request that we look at Eastburn and Gray's bills like this for the send them in a PDF for the last year, and we can see if 99% of the bills are at the 250 or not. I already know that we have a solicitor that was not charging 250, and he's a partner, I'm pretty sure. So, but again, it comes down to the leadership, and even before your own leadership, not being transparent, and it's costing us already, because you already said you forgave $11,000. So that already this month. So that put that billing up to over $80,000 with the $11,000 discount. And that's where we're at, the highest that we've done. Understand you're doing a lot of work, and the guy can do the work. I know you can do the work. But I don't like the way it went down. It wasn't disclosed, and I think the people who voted yes are leaving themselves in jeopardy because you didn't do your due diligence, you didn't bring the team in, and this is a clear indication that you still are going to have to answer why you didn't tell us, and number two, why did you let the 195 go and let them agree to get paid more? That's not being a steward of taxpayers' money. I think it's very, very disturbing, and I don't think we can answer it here tonight. I'm asking for outside help to come out and take a look at this.
Ms. Stone?
Yes. If I could ask Mr. Rapp, had Eastburn and Gray worked with Rudolph and Clark and transition, would we have also received billing from Rudolph and Clark?
I'm sorry, do you mean Eastburn and Gray?
Would we have also received billing from Eastburn and Gray?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so we would have had Rudolph and Clark's bill as well as Eastburn and Gray bill for probably these past 6 weeks.
Yes, there would be a bill for both.
And then the second thing is, I would like to get back to the agenda and stay on agenda topics.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second. Are we ready to vote? Mr. Roosevelt?
Sure. Perhaps maybe this may ease things, because I agree that people that do work for this district need to get paid. However, I also agree that an agreement needs to be made between them. A lot of things could have been changed. This isn't what is being quabbled about in this case. Dr. Sanko, do you have in writing from Rudolph and Clark a complete schedule of fees that Rudolph and Clark will charge us for such things as what wasn't in the original, the $160 for settlement agreement representation? Do we have that in writing, as Mr. Clark said, that verbally that he would honor that?
Not verbally, it's in the contract.
I have an engagement letter dated January 17, 2024, and a line that says, "We are happy to assume the same billing structure the district uses with its current solicitor."
Okay, but it doesn't specifically list $250 for Mr. Clark, for example, and something less for somebody else here, aside from EG at $125, and it doesn't stipulate $160 per hour for representation. It does.
There's a subsequent letter on February 15th to Dr. Sanko, and in it I indicate, in our letter dated January 17th, we agreed to honor the fee schedule of the district's previous solicitor, Eastburn and Gray. As you are aware, the district did not have a written fee agreement with Eastburn. Nevertheless, we now have had a chance to review many invoices from Eastburn and Gray in order to determine the rates that they charge to the district. And then we confirmed that we will change the same rates, charge the same rates to the district. We did general legal work, $250 an hour, paralegals $125, special education $250 an hour, paralegals $125, special education due process hearings, attorneys $160, paralegals $125.
Is that entered as an amendment to the engagement letter?
It was a subsequent letter to Dr. Sanko on February 15th, 2024.
Right.
Again, when we were here in January, nobody could find an engagement letter from Eastburn and Gray that listed all of their different,
Right.
their different rates.
I've heard that. And so with consideration of that, wouldn't it make sense to not add on to the district's trouble finding their solicitor's legal representation and put it all in a consistent engagement letter and/or contract, instead of now maybe the district has to hunt around for a separate email?
Well,
Why don't
just
we
like they had
put
to
it all
hunt
in
around
one?
for years for
I'm
East
sorry,
Burning Gray
are
that
you,
they couldn't
are you
find.
interrupting me? Can I?
Oh, no,
can I
I'm sorry. I
finish?
thought you had a question for me, Mr. Roosevelt. I apologize.
Well, I'd just like to be able to finish
Oh, I
saying,
thought you were. I
saying,
apologize.
saying that. Well, when we're talking, it's indication that I haven't finished.
Okay.
So with that respect, doesn't it make sense that we have a compiled engagement letter with a full update that matches, especially as some of those hours that you indicated in that February 15th email may not be the same as what Eastburn and Gray were charging? The presentation to this community and to this board of Rudolph and Clark changing the same rates and following the same fee structure as Eastburn and Gray was presented as a discount. And it's been revealed through Freedom of Information Act that it wasn't a discount. It's actually an increase. So,
Oh, I'm sorry, you're still speaking.
thank you. So that's the issue. Wouldn't it make sense to put it all together? Now I'm finished.
Well, I never presented it as a discount. I think we originally said we would match what Eastburn and Gray had done. And then we found out that Eastburn and Gray rates were sort of all over the place, and we couldn't really understand. And we'll dig out some of the information that we have, because I think some of the Eastburn and Gray rates were higher than $2.50 an hour. And we couldn't figure out the rhyme or reason to why they did it. And because there was no engagement letter that we saw, that's why we went back in February and we said, okay, we'll match what Eastburn and Gray was doing here, especially as it related to the special education due process hearings.
So I request that you revise, well, I'll make a motion. I motion that
I think we
We
already have a
still
motion.
have a motion on the floor,
Yeah,
so
we
you
can't,
need to wait for
we're
that.
on the motion already.
Well, I'd like to, since you're having a meeting with the administration to discuss fees and finances, perhaps maybe you'd be so kind as to suspend the payment for this, for your fees, until that time can be reached, until that time that this district can have a clear and concise and organized, complete, and comparable to what your fee, you previously represented your fees would be, and/or to what Eastburn and Gray previously chose. It's only a week or so, right?
No, it would be a month before our bills would come back up on the bill list for payment.
Sure.
And I'm quite certain, with all due respect, that another issue will come up in February, in April, to delay it even further.
It would have been nice to be involved.
But then again, Mr. Roosevelt, you can't get away from the fact that Eastburn and Gray, what they did was, as I said, unprecedented. And we had to go from where the normal transition is that you rely on the outgoing firm to continue to handle matters. And we had to get up to speed on all of these matters, handle all of these matters, make sure no deadlines were missed. You don't want to make mistakes when you're dealing with special ed. It gets very costly. That is why that number that you saw was that number. I am quite confident that if Eastburn and Gray had stayed, that the combined number would have been significantly higher than our bills.
Ms. Polly?
Mr. Hidalgo.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate this is what we should be doing. This is what we should have done before. But just to say, like, Mr. Tate, you guys asked for the solicitor fees for Eastburn and Gray, and Aaron from Eastburn and Gray emailed Mr. Sanko, and Carbon copied you and Yoda. The reason why you did that is so you could share it with Rudolph and Clark, because you said that they're going to match it. When you see that these fees are higher than what your engagement letter you received in November were from him, that should have stopped you right there, and I'd had the conversation, well, you know what? You said 195, that's what you're charging at Pennsbury, or this apparently is your going rate. The other guys, were at 185, the Hillis group or whatever, these are all like standard rates. You had to have, I'm just going to assume, you didn't not hide this Eastburn and Gray email from the 16th from Mr. Clark. And then Mr. Clark changed the fee schedule that he gave you originally and sent it to Mr. Senko that says, I'm going to take these rates. But even though that rate, we're being billed at partner, even though our dedicated solicitor is at 185. The guy that we usually have is at 185. So all I'm saying is even the going rate at 195 was more expensive than the rate we were getting from another person. So I think there's something here. There's something here that doesn't seem right. But so I suggest this, either two things. We can separate the fees for Rudolph and Clark out of the motion, and then all of us could probably vote on that separate, or are we just going to have to vote no to the treasurer's report because it contains that one item that maybe somebody, including myself, would say, I can't do it until we get this squared away? Which way would it go? I'm asking Mr.
No, can you, please, Ms. Stone has been trying to talk, so he can.
How about my question?
Where would what go?
Okay, saying, could we pull from the agenda, not from the agenda, could we separate the line item for Rudolph and Clark and then vote on that separately, or would we just have to vote no to the whole treasurer's report?
If a majority of the board wants to pull any invoice off the invoice list, they can do that.
Okay, okay, so I'll amend the motion to separate Rudolph and Clark's fee from the treasurer's report for this month. Is there?
We have a motion.
The first
Hold on,
way,
Mr. Clark, we have a motion on the floor, and I am trying to manage the meeting. I know there is a lot of back and forth, but there are other members of the board that they want to speak, and we have to let them.
That's fine, just when you're ready, I'll amend the motion, when you tell me when.
After we vote for this, maybe. Ms. Stone?
Yes.
the person who makes the motion has to accept the amendment.
I've already made a motion to,
Sorry.
and I also believe in paying people when we are invoiced, when they have performed their duties as they have done. If we want to review, which Mr. Rapp is doing, and we're reviewing invoices, if there is to be an adjustment can be made at a later time, but we are presently, I believe, obligated to pay Rudolph Clark for the very hard, diligent work that they have done in keeping everything up to date for all of us and for those special ed issues. And so I would like to go back to our motion as it stands.
I also want to say, because I remember asking Erin Aronson about the fees because we couldn't find anything. And her response was a response of an attorney. It was not a response of the firm. Because I remember later, Tony Rapp found some other documents, and there, if I remember correctly, because I kind of like sometimes the numbers stick with me, Mr. Cox had different rates. It was not only 185. I remember him having higher rates, and I remember being some other members of that firm that had rates over $300. And independent of that, the agreement was that Rudolph Clark was charged the same rates, so we are not going to be charged more. It was never a discussion to have a discount. So our understanding, or my understanding, was that the rates will be the same, but my belief was that we have superior service. Because as you know, there were a lot of issues for me with Eastburn and Gray. So I do think that we need to follow the process. We have a motion in the second, and we can proceed with that. And Mr. Clark, tell me if we can vote on that, and then how, because Mr. Hidalgo wants to make an amendment.
So Mr. Hidalgo is asking to amend a motion that is on the table. The person who made the motion and the person who seconded the motion would need to accept the amendment.
What happens if they don't?
And you vote on the original motion that's on the table.
So who made the motion?
I made the motion, and I would like to take a vote on the original motion without amendment.
Who was this? Mr. Tate, would you agree with that?
Agreed, the original motion, please.
Okay. Mr. Hickey?
Sorry, excuse me. Thank you. Just a quick comment, I'm ready to vote, but I think you're missing the point, Ms. Polly, about the point Mr. Hidalgo is making is not some, Joe, please correct me if I'm wrong. It's not so much what Eastburn and Gray is charging. His point, I believe he's trying to make, is that when you engaged Rudolph and Clark in November, they agreed to a rate schedule with the 5 board members. I'm just saying, Joe, just correct me if I'm wrong, that you agreed to a schedule. Once Rudolph and Clark found out what Eastburn and Gray's schedule was, they said they would match it, which in effect gave them a raise from what they originally proposed back in November. That's all I wanted to say. Just correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, and I'm ready to vote on the motion.
Yes, Mrs. Egg?
Sorry, Mr. Clark, I just wanted to, before we vote, if you meet with the administration and you find discrepancies in the bill, is that something that you would refund at a later date? Of course. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hidalgo?
I really appreciate that. I'll just end with, this is not discrepancies in the bill. This is the fact that a signed document from Rudolph and Clark was offering $195, and you didn't share it with anybody else, and then you voted for $250. So you guys should be paying the difference.
I would like to see that email. Again, this all happened very late today, right before the board meeting, and as I said to Mr. Rapp earlier, it would make sense to do a more thorough analysis and go over like month by month and maybe see what happens on the peak months and the non-so-peak months. And once we have more months available, we can do a comparison. That is the proper way to do it. You cannot just pick 1 month and go and make comparisons on the average. So again, it would be nice to be able to do that in the future when we all have more time to review things, instead of like seeing an email like 2 hours before the board meeting. And I will be very happy at this point if you guys agree to proceed with the meeting, because we do have a lot of more items to vote. And again, you had some questions. I answered with an email, and I'll be very happy if you want outside. I've offered that to sit down and meet, and if you have more specific things, I'll be happy to do that. Or give us enough time to prepare, because you send an email like so close. Thank you, Mr. Rapp, for sending that email. Otherwise, we would not have any idea of what was going to happen tonight. But I think looking at the financial statements and the bills is very proper. It's just good to compare apples to apples and not try to find discrepancies where they don't exist. And it's maybe too soon to make this kind of comparisons. And with that, thank you for the email or whatever that was. So can we proceed with the motion? Okay, so roll call, please.
This is for just item B, correct?
Yes.
For the treasurer's report. I just want
Yeah.
to make sure. Okay. Ms. Pally,
Yes.
Ms. Zeki,
Yes.
Ms. Khan,
Yes.
Ms. Stone,
Yes.
Ms. Horner,
Yes.
Mr. Tate,
Yes.
Mr. Hidalgo,
I abstained because I asked questions that were not answered.
Mr. Roosevelt,
Yes.
Mr. Hickey.
Yes.
Okay, so it's 8-1.
Mr. Hidalgo's vote should be recorded as a no. You can only abstain when you have a conflict of interest, and that conflict of interest must be because your vote will result in a financial benefit to you, a business with which you are associated, or an immediate family member. Not having questions answered or not having sufficient information is not a grounds to abstain.
Then I believe 5 members probably should have abstained.
So Mr., okay. Mr. Hidalgo's vote should be recorded as a no.
And that's 8-1, correct?
Okay, I think we are ready to proceed to C. Would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I move to approve the general fund payroll, Safe Schools Grant, Capital Reserve, Capital Projects, Food Services, Self-Insurance Fund, and Student Activities Fund bills for payment.
Second.
Second by Ms. Khan. Okay. Are there any questions, Mr. Roosevelt?
So this is the part where this district is making payments according to the previously voted treasurer's report. So once again, as one board member, I think that it's appropriate, and it is, I don't know how this body can vote for payment to Rudolph and Clark with what we've heard tonight. I agree that they need to be paid, but my recommendation is that we suspend payment until such things can be resolved. That is, and unless this can be pulled out from this amendment and suspended just for what, Mr. Rapp, you're meeting with them next Wednesday? Is that what you said earlier?
Yes, I am, but we would not be able to issue a check until April since it got rejected from the original bill.
And I agree. It's you know, this board has been thrust into situations where information comes late, that there isn't proper time for analysis, and that things, and that's why I think it was reckless, and it put this district at jeopardy and at risk to move forward with the hastily solicitor replacement. It's unprecedented to change a solicitor as fast as it was done and in the manner that it was done. But that's what this board is dealing with. We recognize that. The four of us had 4 days to understand that this was happening. That's what, on the 18th, we were attempting to accomplish here, is to have a discussion. Not to filibuster, but to have this conversation. I think it should have happened before. So I agree that this district should pay and conduct the business and pay all the vendors that we need to pay. And I agree that that includes Rudolph and Clark. However, I'm requesting that it be suspended until we have a consistent document, a schedule of fees that's aligned with Eastburn and Gray, and that is consistent with what they've agreed and what this district has recognized Eastburn and Gray provided. That's fine. So I have a strong suspicion that this is going to pass regardless of my vote. And if I vote no in this, it is specifically because that line item can't be suspended for a week or even, as it happens, a month. So if I am forced to vote no, that is the reason why. I agree that we should make all the money movements, approve the transfers, and pay all the vendors that were invoiced. I would like to, we're using taxpayer money. You're voting to move taxpayer money on a situation that has been rushed at 2 different instances. So I can't, I'm going to be a no if that includes a payment to Rudolph and Clark for $71,000, as stated.
Ms. Stone?
If we've already approved payment, don't we have to approve if we've approved B, don't we have to approve C? Isn't this hand in hand? Anthony?
I believe I would defer that to the solicitor.
Everybody does their bills a little differently, and candidly, this is the first month since we've been appointed that I've paid close attention to this. But Ms. Stone, I believe approving the general funds and other bills for payments, approving the treasurer's report, and then approving the general fund and other bills for payment can be voted on separately, although it does seem to be that you're approving his report, which included that payment, but it looks like you could separate them out. But again, this is the first time I've taken a look. I haven't had a chance to have a conversation with Mr. Rapp about how you normally pay your bills and everything, but it looks like it could be separated out if you wanted to.
Well, I think then we have the same comments are going to be made for this as the previous item, and I still would hold that we take the vote then on item C as the motion has been presented. And this review is ongoing anyway. We talked about that.
Okay. Ms. Khan, do you agree?
I do, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Roosevelt? Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Polly. You're very good tonight. All I would ask, because he was saying just get a clear schedule for, Mr. Roosevelt was saying, let's get a clear schedule of Eastburn and Gray. I'll actually would want, and if I was made part of the group that interviewed in the first place, I would only ask Mr. Clark to just honor the engagement letter from November and those rates. That's what I would have done had I been known about it before we even voted. I had a week, but I didn't know that I had to ask to get the engagement letter. Like, that should have been like, here's the engagement letter, here's all the information. I didn't even get a phone number or who to contact, and I think I was blocked. Even if it was accidentally, my phone was blocked, and it was a holiday weekend, and I didn't know if I could even talk to Eastburn and Gray, because I didn't know who was allowed to do what at that point. I was in the dark, and maybe only regret I have is not calling you Miss Polly in that time. It was a real hard situation, but if it was me and the shoe was in another line, I would have given you the engagement letter, and I would have said, well, we're not going to pay more than what he offered us. Who does that? And why? So all I ask is, there's going to be, it has to be answered why and why it was hidden. But the other question is, will Mr. Clark honor the original letter? You don't have to answer that now. That's what I hope that meeting is. Go with the 195 and the one whatever, because that's what you offered. We're just raising the bar for everybody else around it. And if Eastburn and Gray was charging more, it's because they had 40 years of experience and they were maybe taking advantage of say maybe they were charging too much.
So I think the original letter said we would honor Eastburn and Gray's fee agreement letter. And yeah, it did. And then the current rates, but if in the alternative, we were able to look at some of Eastburn and Gray's rates, and again, that's where the second the second letter came in, so.
Oh, no, the first letter says, it says the rate is very clear, 195. It didn't say we'll match Eastburn at Gray.
What's the date on that, Mr. Hidalgo?
November,
Okay, Mr. Tate?
Yeah, we're sort of rehashing a lot of comments and arguments we've heard before, and we're sort of covering the same ground over and over again. It's 11:07. We have a lot of administrators in the room, and I don't think we're making any progress on this. We have a motion on the floor, and I ask my colleagues to vote on the motion on the floor, please.
So then amend the motion. Make it simple.
We're not amending the motion.
they already decided not to. Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Hickey?
I agree with Mr. Roosevelt completely. However, I will vote yes for this only because it's the people that work for Mr. Clark's firm that are getting paid and the other people. And it's not, if it was just for Mr. Clark, I would vote no. But like I said, there's other people who are getting paid by this, and I would love to see this resolved. And hopefully when it does get resolved, if indeed there were mistakes made, that next month this does get corrected and we all get notified.
Can we proceed with the vote? Madam Secretary, roll call.
Mrs. Zeki?
Yes.
Ms. Khan?
Yes.
Ms. Stone?
Yes.
Ms. Warner?
I'll be voting yes because as Mr. Hickey said, but I have a fiscal responsibility of transparency and accountability to this district, and this will continue, and everybody will get paid. So I will answer yes for today.
Mr. Tate?
Yes.
Mr. Hidalgo?
Yes.
Mr. Roosevelt?
Echoed comments from Mr. Horner and Mrs. Horner and Mr. Hickey. Yes.
Mr. Hickey?
Yes.
And Ms. Pally?
Yes.
Okay, so it's unanimous.
All right, so we can proceed. I think is it personnel actions? And
Oops, sorry. L, okay. I move to approve the personnel actions as contained in the attachment to this agenda. And I would have to read it. And I also move to approve the personnel actions as contained under item M. So that would be under L and M.
Second.
so Zaki has second. Are there any objections? Mark that as a unanimous. All right, we're going to proceed with public comment. I just have to find and read. Okay, here it is. Public comment is an opportunity for members of the public to address the board. We would ask that you limit your comments to no longer than 3 minutes. Please consider the fact that there may be young children in the audience or watching this broadcast live on CRTV when speaking. It is our goal to maintain a respectful environment so that the members of our community have an equal opportunity to address the board without interruption. While the board welcomes your ideas and will consider them in deliberating an issue, we may not respond to your comments or questions. Can I have the
sheet? I think there was 2 people. Okay, hold on.
I think Mr. Campbell had signed up for the second part, although the first part was not an agenda item. Please come for your public comment, Mr. Campbell.
Sorry, I probably filed it away here.
My only concern tonight, and I see we made some progress, although, again, our solicitor has taken a lot of this meeting time, and my concern going forward is we are not focusing on students first always. This is now 2 meetings and 2 policies or discussions that have gone well past what anybody really thought it would be. And we're not doing the business you all signed up for. When I look at your regulations, the board solicitor shall attend all regular meetings of the board and shall advise the board whenever a question of law, policy, or procedure prompts the need. I've heard more from this new solicitor, and all due respect, Mr. Clark, than I have in the last 12 years coming to these meetings. We need to start doing the business at hand. We need to get past what happened and move forward. We have to put it behind us. We need to pay our bills. We need to figure it out. From sitting in the audience tonight, I could ask for an audit for all the interviews to see what the rate sheets are. What good's it going to do? We have a good law firm. We don't like how we got here. I'm looking at this sign every time I come in here, student first always. We've got to get back to student first always. You are the board. The solicitor is appointed support role to you. Please run the board the way it's supposed to be and ask for his advice when you need it. Talk to the representatives. I'm a taxpayer, and I didn't get a vote to vote him in. So again, let's get back to the business of what we're all here for. Students first and always. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Campbell. Is there anybody who would like to speak? Could you please state your name and your township?
I'm Rebecca Tillett from Wrightstown. I'm sorry to make this meeting any longer than it already is, but having now sat through all this and through a lot of discussion that feels like the same discussion over and over, I do want to go back to a point, and I felt like I should make this comment because I know you're going to consider that Policy 903 again at an Education Committee meeting, so that'll happen before there's an opportunity for more public comment. So I just wanted to say, as a Council Rock taxpayer, a member of the community here, someone who cares about what happens in our school district, I really hope that you will retain the opportunity for public speaking to the people who you represent, the members of our community. I mean, that's broad, right? There are parents with kids in the district who don't live in the district. That's fine. They're part of our community. There are staff members who don't live in our district, but are clearly part of our community. All these people have real stake in our schools. And I think it's incredibly important that we have the opportunity to talk to you guys about issues like this. I look at, but on this topic of thinking that somehow we should allow absolutely anyone who wants to talk about anything to come in and hold our school district and our school board meetings hostage, I think about the nightmare of what Central Bucks was for the last few years, because I don't think they had any policy about who could speak. And I remember very clearly watching a comedian from New York City at those meetings. I mean, I don't think, if what you guys want is more of us coming to speak and more people who are willing to sit through a meeting to speak, and you want to actually hear from taxpayers and parents and residents, then you don't want that kind of a circus in a school board. That's just going to mean that people like me don't want to come. We don't want to be here for that. That's not what makes a school board productive or helpful, and it's not what makes it open to people who actually care about and have a stake in the school board. So, you know, the idea that somehow maybe I would be able to tell someone who represents me that they can speak on my behalf, like, what is that? That's just an opportunity. It's like a way for people to call in political people from outside to make political statements and say that somehow it represents someone in the district. I honestly think we have a lot of ways to talk to you guys. Some of it is to come here. Some of it is to meet with you. Some of it is to write you letters. Whatever it is, we deserve that opportunity to be heard, and we deserve to have a school board meeting that is like this. I know it's a long and tough meeting, but it's a meeting about issues. and that's what we should have, issues that matter in the district. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Ms. Tillett. Is there anybody else who would like to speak? All right, that was the end of public comment. Any new business? Mr. Hickey?
I have old business.
So if no new business, we can proceed to the old business? Did you have?
Yeah, I don't necessarily know if this is new business or old business. But I've got some, I guess it's old business as well. That's fine.
Just for new business, and has to do with, look, the administration is here late, and I understand that they're here late, and I'm not saying let's cut the meeting, but if there's any leniency and, if you guys need to, get your sleep, because we're here till past midnight, that's going to be important to consider, and I think that's probably something that can be figured out. But I support you guys getting your sleep if you don't have early meetings or whatever it is. How do you do it? Does this count as overtime? You're on salary, so whatever. All I'm saying is I hope you guys take care of yourself tonight and tomorrow. That's new business. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hidalgo. So we can proceed to old business and see if who wants, Mr. Hickey.
Sure, and to Mr. Campbell, go ahead. To Mr. Campbell's point, this will probably be the last time that I raise this issue at all, as we need to get on with the business of educating kids. You referred to you twice tonight. However, I did have a couple constituents who emailed me a certain questions, and I had some questions about comments that were made to me or refuting what I mentioned at a previous meeting. The first one, which, like I said, you can answer this in any way, shape, or form, but it was more so directed to you, Ms. Stone. You had said, well, I mentioned something about campaign contributions, and I did not say that anyone did anything improper. I said to give the appearance of any impropriety that people should abstain from the vote of our solicitor. And you had said to me, well, law firms give to political parties of both types. They give to the Republicans, they give to the Democrats, they give to whatever. The question that I raised, that I'll raise it to you and to ask you your opinion as to what you think, is you received a campaign contribution from Mr. Clark, not from his law firm, not from anyone else, to you, not to the Democrat Party, not to the Republican Party. Do you think that would be, that you should have abstained from a vote to not give the appearance of an impropriety?
Would you like Ms. Stone to respond?
Sure.
Stone?
I did not personally receive a check from Rudolph Clark. Did you send me any money? So I don't know what your question is.
Okay, I'll address it I'll open it up to 4 other board members, or 3 other board members. It was directed to your political action committee, of which Ms. Polly, Ms. Osecki, Ms. Khan, and Ms. Stone are a part of.
I did not run last time, so I was not part of it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Tate, wrong person. Sorry, Ms. Polly. But it was directed to you 4 individuals as well as the other 2 other candidates.
And as we said, law firms, individuals can make a contribution to any party that they wish.
I agree with that. My question is, do you think that maybe an abstention would have been a more proper vote when it came time to vote for the solicitor?
Proper?
Just asking your opinion.
I think it was proper for me to make a vote and make a decision. And nothing illegal was done.
I did
And
not.
it was proper.
I did not say anything illegal was done.
Okay.
I just said that Mr. Clark made a you blew it off as, oh, because Mr. Hidalgo did Mr. Clark contribute to your campaign or to your PAC?
Mr. Rudolph of that donated to the Republican committee.
No, I'm talking about not to.
No, not personally to me.
Well,
Or not to my, I don't have a PAC. All I have is the Republican committee of Northampton.
Okay.
Mrs. Zeki?
I just want to make sure I am understanding. You're differentiating that the firm donated.
No, not the firm. Not the firm.
That he donated.
Mr. Clark.
Okay. I can't control whether he donates from the firm or for, I have no idea. That's his business. But you're differentiating that he donated to the PAC versus to like the Democrat.
He donated to the Democrat that were running for school board, of which he is now the solicitor. My question is, don't you think that an abstention would have been a more proper vote, or do you think that there is, no? I mean, you could say no.
Yeah, I mean,
that's fine.
we discussed this at the last meeting and the one
No, we
before
didn't. It
that.
was discussed.
No, please let me finish. We discussed at the last meeting and the one before that, and I was very clear. I think I even said to Mr. Clark at our first meeting, if we don't hire your firm, is there any problem with that? Like, since, and I said it to all the firms that we interviewed, I mean, this is the way the world.
So I was just asking a question. That's all. I'm fine with that. And my other question is, where did Mr. Tate?
He's over there.
Oh, Mr. Tate, I have a question.
He's still in the room.
Still in the room, just, I also got something from a constituent that says, great meeting today, everyone. Mike Clark is honored that we have chosen his law firm. Yoda and I are meeting with him Friday. Would you consider that deliberations? Would you consider that as making a decision and deliberating? So when you say he's honored that we have chosen, you don't consider that a decision? Okay. I was just reading an email from, it looks like November 28th that has the 5 Democrat board members on there that says, we have chosen and we're going to meet with the law firm. To me, that gives the appearance that, you guys did have more than, you had already made up your mind before we were given notice of a week that we could have interviewed other law firms and whatnot. But like I said, to Mr. Tate's, I'll take him at his word that when we are delighted that we have chosen does not mean making a decision. That's fine. Thanks, Mr. Tate. That's all I have.
Any other, Ms. Khan?
I actually just wanted to speak briefly to the public comment that was made earlier this evening. In regards to the first public comment speaker this evening, who's currently not in the audience, but I still would like to just take a brief moment to respond. The literature piece that the speaker, public speaker, commenter, Dr. Stephen Nomas is referring to is from the 2023 campaign and election for the seat that I currently hold. I can only speak to the fact that I did not see or approve any the literature piece that he is speaking to until it arrived to my own personal mailbox sometime in the early fall for my voting region, which is in Region 9. During the time of Dr. Nomas's appointment, he was in an interview where he denied a Facebook page where there were multiple comments and graphics and pictures that were presented. His Facebook page at the time was public, and there was a small image of the public profile of whom he has now come out publicly to state his son and by name, which I would not repeat at this time. I am sure it would be embarrassing to be associated with some of the content that is there personally, but it was those individuals' Facebook posts and their private account or their account, so they could do as they choose. Dr. Nomos also claimed that, and even this evening, that that Facebook page was not his. However, on that same evening of the appointment, he had an interview with a reporter later that evening stating that it was actually a shared family account. And I think in subsequent comments there, it's kind of changed the stories. I just want to state for the public record that I did not have anything to do with that mailer. I wouldn't have known who that image of the image of that individual on that mail flyer that went out earlier this fall for the campaign until he stated so this evening. The PA Dems was responsible for that literature piece, and any grievances that he would have to address that with them. So, thank you.
I think Mr. Roosevelt is first.
Thank you. I have a couple of quick questions, and I'll echo Mr. Higgie's point and agree with our public speaker at the end, Mr. Campbell, that we do need to focus on students and get back to education. However, as I mentioned last month, with basically the same exact statement, that we also have a duty to our constituents. I've gone through all of the emails from the community from January 18th up till, I don't know, maybe a couple hours before I came into this room, and sort of generalized a theme, and I have a couple of questions. The first one, both of them are directed toward Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark, during this meeting, you offered legal advice and/or opinion regarding the reason why a board member would abstain from a vote. Could you repeat that?
You are allowed to abstain from a vote in Pennsylvania if you have a conflict of interest. And a conflict of interest is defined as a financial benefit for you, a business with which you are associated, or a member of your immediate family.
Thank you. And is that also consistent with, I think, I'm not an attorney, as we know. What is it, Act 1103, the Ethics Act?
That's where it comes from.
Right, okay. So doesn't that definition expand a little bit regarding exchanging of gifts?
It does, if there's a financial benefit, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I think that is helpful to Mr. Hickey's point about financial contributions.
Financial contributions have been clearly defined as not gifts and no direct financial benefit for the candidate who's receiving them.
Thanks for your opinion. I'd like to have another.
Not my opinion.
I've got another question, if that's all right. When reflecting on the motion to recommend the appointment of Rudolph and Clark, the language of that motion also appeared to provide this firm, Rudolph and Clark, with more than just an advisory role to the district and the school board. Please spend some time defining the boundaries that you and your firm shall observe, including confirmation that as a solicitor, you will not be providing decision-making, leadership, and suggesting board business.
No, I don't. Suggesting board business.
So I don't want to pull up the motion again, but I believe the comments.
No, I think what you're saying is it talks about special counsel. And as I explained last month, we pulled that motion from another one of our clients that, for reasons, wanted us to have input on who special counsel would be. If they were brought in to be bond counsel or something along those lines, they wanted us to kind of vet those individuals, but it doesn't necessarily, it hasn't given us veto power, and candidly, it's never really come into play.
Okay, because the reason that I'm asking is just to get that further explanation out. Some constituents are concerned, based upon the way that motion was crafted, that this effectively usurps control of this board. And I just wanted you to spend some time to refute that and indicate what the boundaries that you and your firm will observe as solicitor.
And I think I refuted it last month when I said it was a motion that we pulled from another district. It's never come into play. And ultimately, if I give any advice that this board doesn't like, the majority, and I tell them, you can't do this, and if they don't like my advice, they can get rid of me.
Okay. So the question, I guess, is that we had a public comment toward the end here. Mr. Campbell also indicated Council Rock policy as far as the role of a solicitor. Do you agree that that is your role and that you and your firm are not going to go beyond that?
I'm not, I can't cite that section, chapter, and verse. I know what our role is as solicitor for all of the school districts and all of the townships and all of the other entities that we represent. Our role is, in addition to handling the day-to-day legal matters, is to carry out the will of the board.
Meaning the majority, or the majority of that board?
Always.
Okay. So, looking back through these emails, there was a common thread. And I don't know, I recognize that it's uncomfortable being confronted with challenges. I recognize it's uncomfortable being challenged and having people disagree with one's actions. So I can understand how some members of this board may not have read all the emails. The standing point of that email was that there was a broken of trust, that there was timelines that haven't been provided. Last month, members of this board leadership and you, Mr. Clark, indicated that you would be more forthcoming in coming meetings. So, we still don't have that timeline. There's still a broken trust. I'm guessing that it's not going to be provided, this timeline, and that's what makes it difficult. Mr. Hidalgo in tonight's meeting also demonstrated how there were other issues in the community that are still unresolved of a lack of transparency, which was one of the things that our president of this board indicated was a priority of this year. So this is the last time that I'm going to talk about this because I agree it's about students. However, the themes are continuing, and we also have a duty to our constituents, our taxpayers, and the students of this entire district to move forward. So once again, I guess I'll open this up to both you and Ms. Pally. Will you provide the answers to those questions that were unanswered regarding timeline, regarding how many, the dates that that you met with the 5 or any breakout of their 4, and when you met with them? And leadership, will you provide dates of when you met with the other 2 law firms? And did you provide equal time with those law firms as you did to Mr. Clark? So there's a lot still, I think, that's here, but that the community's still asking for. And I'm asking that at some point you provide those answers to the community. I want to get back to talking about education and students. It is difficult to do that when we continually find issues of lack of transparency, issues of, during our retreat, there was discussion about sharing information equally, and that hasn't occurred even after. And so it's difficult to move forward, but I will do my best to do that because I believe students do come first. So this is the last crack at this conversation. Will you be forthcoming to make some of these answers public to the community?
I have already answered some of this, and when I answered, I asked if there are any further questions, and nobody sent any more further questions to me. So it has been, I've been reaching out to you, but
Not to me, to the community.
yeah, you have chosen. No, you asked the questions. So actually, Mr. Hickey was the one who sent the email to me. You asked me specific questions about. I can find this and show it to you, and I answered.
You asked who you did respond as to, you said you interviewed, I believe, a Mr. Truelove and a Mr. Kilkenny. I believe the question that Mr. Roosevelt's asking, though, is not who you interviewed. He's looking for the timeline. When did you meet with them? who met with them. Was it just you? Was it you and Mr. Tate? Was it you and the other board members? Was it you and Mr. Hidalgo? He's asking for when you met them, who you met them, and did you give them the same courtesy and answers and interview process that you gave Rudolph and Clark? So it's not who, you gave who, but that was all you gave. You didn't say when and with who else or anything of that nature. That's, I'm just,
Well, I believe I answered much more than that, but listen, we have discussed this before, that what we did was totally lawful, and it's very common practice, and we are in full compliance with the Sunshine Act, because at the time of these meetings, all 5 of us participated, and they were not sworn in. So everything, all the meetings happened in November before the swearing in. So I do want to say that I agree with you. We need to concentrate on education. We need to concentrate on safety and well-being of our students. We need to move forward. And if you have more questions, I'll be happy to provide more answers to you. But you had a lot of opportunity to ask questions before, all this time, but you did not. And it's now 11:38 on Thursday, March 21st, and you decide to ask the questions that you could have asked me all this time, all these weeks after I responded to your...
excuse me.
But they
It was
haven't
Mr.
been
Roosevelt who
answered
asked
to the
question.
community.
Oh, I thought because but when I responded to you, I think I copied Mr. Roosevelt.
But it hasn't been answered to the community. I think we owe the community the answers to some of these questions. And the other, to Mr. Hickey's email that he discussed at the end of this meeting, we have to discuss these at the end of the meeting because it's either old business or it's new business. There isn't an agenda item to reveal with these in these subsequent months. So following the order of the meeting.
Mr. Tate, Mr. Tate, could you please come here? Please,
Can I
because
finish?
he's asking questions to the leadership, and I think you need to be sitting here with us. Please. No, wait. Thank you. I already answered, and I'll be happy to answer more questions. And and I'm ready. I understand your concerns. We did nothing wrong. All 5 of us participated.
And answer the
Everything
questions.
happened before the swearing in, and we are ready to move on. As you said,
I wanna
we are
move on.
ready to concentrate on what really matters. Instead of spending all this time discussing this that is already done in a totally legal way, we are ready to move on.
I have a question, and I asked you this when we were going to meet for lunch. You said you were going to tell me over coffee, but and any 5 members, and you don't have to answer it because it's late. I'm going to ask you to answer it, and then I have another comment. So before I ask the question, my comment is, when we talk about students first, if we're spending money, I ask my wife how I spend money, every dollar counts. If we spending money that doesn't need to be spent, that's less money for Disney World, or in this case, it's less money for the kids. So everything that I'm doing here about trying to get down to the bottom and negotiate a good price after the fact has to do with keeping the money in the classroom for the children, okay? There's a fiscal responsibility of taxpayers and all that stuff too, but this is money we're spending now. So believe me, this is a student-first objective, as nuts as it is. But then on top of it, I had the question for you, and I asked you before, and my question would be very easily answered. And again, one more thing to state before I do that, because I think once you hear the answer, I'm not going to get another chance. Mr. Hickey over here sent an email from Mr. Tate saying that Rudolph Clark was honored, right? That you guys selected him before, as Mr. Clark said, they were sworn in, so it's completely legal. In also that treasure trove of information, Ms. Oseki, after she was sworn in, emailed the other law firm, and that's why I'd like to know the dynamics of why Ms. Oseki is working with Hills and Wallach, but she basically wrote, Happy New Year. We wanted to let you know that the new board majority has decided to go with Rudolph and Clark as our new solicitor. And that was dated January 15th, 3 days before we even, before we even voted on it. And Mr. Clark even had his nameplate ready when we came here. So understand why we're so discouraged and why being on this board, doing this. When I was a new board member, it took years and respect of the seat to act like I had an idea what I was doing. Unless somebody's telling you guys this is what you should do and this is okay, and I wish somebody gave me, okay, so here's my question. That's the comment for the board member. Why did you not share, you said we had a week. Why did you not divulge even to the superintendent or to them or other board members the engagement letter that would have helped us negotiate the right price that was originally offered to you? Why did you, and then even you said, you didn't switch solicitors at the reorg meeting because of maybe an illness of somebody. But why would you not let us know the information? Why did you not disclose the November memo, which should come out and be put as part of the meetings? What was the rationale for not sharing that information with the board or the administration? Please just answer that. I've been asking multiple times, and I would like the answer from you, each one of you.
So again, I will respond the same way, that it's normal and entirely appropriate for newly elected people to discuss their goals.
That is not an answer.
Solicitor, we did nothing wrong.
It's normal to not to hide it?
We had the motion in a second. You had the whole week. We called you to discuss it. We called you to discuss it. You did not ask questions at that time.
We still had a choice to ask questions at the meeting, and you're giving us this same
Mr. Tate.
answer. It's like a repeated record.
I move,
You're not even answering the question. It's so frustrating. I think you should resign as president right now.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
No.
I object.
Nope, I have questions. I have not done. I have questions that need to be answered. I have not a voice. I am new on this board.
A second?
I have not had these questions answered. You all had 43 days to go through and to sit and say you chose Rudolph and Clark. I have a district responsibility of transparency and accountability to this district. Mr. Clark, why was the fee structure changed on the Rudolph and Clark fee qualification certifications packet given from Ms. Stone and the other four, and then given a different one on January 17th to Dr. Senko?
As I've indicated before, we had difficulty figuring out what the Eastburn and Gray rates were. The analysis that we did, and admittedly it was not an exhaustive analysis of every bill they've submitted over the last several years, but we saw rates, admittedly they weren't for a lot of money, but rates that were up to $3.50 an hour or $3.75 an hour and $2.75 an hour. We also saw payments for matters to Eastburn and Gray that didn't seem to be associated with a particular bill. So it was next to impossible to determine what their rates were and what they were charging the district for. So we thought a single uniformed rate made more sense, and in the long run, we think will probably benefit the district.
So on November 27th, our fee structure, our firm has historically worked with our clients to develop a billing structure that suits our clients' needs and budget. Clearly, we are willing to do the same for the Council Rock School District. We have always worked cooperatively with our municipal clients to develop and implement billing arrangements to best serve our client needs. If the school board were to select us to serve as solicitor, We were proposed the following for 2023 and 2024. $195 per hour for all the attorneys for general matters, which is billed at a minimum increment of 6 minutes. $135 per all paralegals for general matters, which is billed at a minimum increment of 6 minutes. Again, I ask you, why did the fee structure change?
Because we found out more about the Eastburn and Gray billing model, and we were essentially not following their model, but following their rates. And had we known what Eastburn and Gray had been charging at that time, we would not have suggested those rates.
So, again, Mr. Tate, what date did the 5 of you decide that you were going with Rudolph and Clark?
I honestly don't recall at this moment.
November 28th.
Well, thank you for telling me.
You're welcome. So the 5 of you saw that document. And Ms. Polly, what date did you get Eastburn and Gray's fees?
Is this like a inquirement? Like what?
I've got
I mean,
questions here that the
I don't
public
even,
and
I mean,
constituents
how do
have a
you
right to
know?
know.
How do you know it was November 28th? I don't even recall that date.
The right to knows.
And I don't remember writing to anybody that I made that decision that day.
Right here.
And?
Right here.
I mean, it could have been, I just don't remember.
So what date did you get Eastburn and Gray's fees?
I think it's in your emails that you already have.
January 16th.
Okay.
Okay? Dr. Senko received a changed, updated Rudolph and Clark fee qualifications and certification packet on January 17th. That had the change with being that they were happy to assume the same billing structure the district uses with its current solicitor, only directed to Dr. Senko, not any one of us or the 5 of you. Also in this packet was added, and why was this added, Mr. Clark? Why was this statement added in the performance things of what you guys would be entitled to do? Number 26, performing such other services that may be requested from time to time by the district. What does that mean? Does that mean you can do anything for the district?
Ms. Horner, I think it says as requested by the district, any services.
It says, I have a copy here, performing such other services that may be requested from time to time by the district.
Well, I'm a lawyer. I would only be performing legal services
But that leaves you open to do anything.
as requested by the district.
It's opinion. None of the 5 saw that comment. None of them. To question any difference.
Ms. Horner, it's pretty much boilerplate that we put in every one of our engagement letters. If we tried to list every single thing we may be called upon to do for the district, what happens if we miss something? If the district asks us to handle a matter, we handle the matter.
Okay, then why wasn't it in the first packet?
It's what we list as what we provide for the district.
Wasn't in the first packet, so you just added it into the second. Okay.
I think the second letter was a little bit more comprehensive.
Those were the only 2 changes from the difference from November 27th to January 17th. I went thoroughly through both of them.
Mr. Tate?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I don't think this conversation is very productive. I'm moving again to adjourn.
I second.
I hope at some point you will answer questions to the community. That's all.
You
We
still
need a
didn't
roll
answer
call.
my
Okay.
question.
So
We need a roll call.
are we, yeah, roll call to adjourn, please.
You have no
You don't, you could
All right, fine.
just say all
All right.
those in favor.
Very good.
Yeah.
I mean, they kept talking, I didn't know if
All
you
right.
were ready.
I hope you can sleep in. No, it's not my opinion.
I did.
Mr.
did.
Tate did,
It was,
seconded by Ms.
Nikki,
Scott.
you seconded?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we're adjourned.
Gotta answer the question. Gotta answer the question. So we have to know this last I'm offering right now. You can tell me right now. You're not, no.